상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록, 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이
Good morning and welcome to Tour de Gyeongnam 2026. My name is Derek Lon and I'm here joined by
Daniel Marquardt.
We will be your commentators today. Thank you for joining us. Today is stage 4 of the 5-stage Tour de Gyeongnam, which is taking place here on the beautiful island of Namhae.
Yeah, you can see the vast views here. Namhae is an island off the coast, closest to Sachon, where we just were yesterday, where we saw quite an amazing stage, and where we had more of a flat stage comparatively to the other stages that we've had, which have also been held on islands. Namhae is famously known for its undulations as well. It's quite a hilly island, so.
Yes, today's stage is actually the Queen stage of the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026. So we expect to see a potentially big shakeup in the general classification for the riders.
That's right.
If you take a look at the profile too, you can actually see it's an uphill finish. There's a steep 1 kilometer uphill And with 4 kilometers to go, there's another uphill.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to that as we go through the course here. If you look at the course also, you'll notice that the total distance for today is 120 kilometers, 119.1, and the elevation is 2,102. So they're fitting quite a bit of elevation into this distance.
Yes, this is not going to be an easy course, over 2,000 meters of climbing. I generally think that, a course with maybe 100 kilometers and 1,000 meters of climbing is a pretty good ride.
I think so,
and this
too.
is basically double the amount of climbing of that.
So the riders would definitely feel these smaller climbs. There isn't too many climbs that are over 100 meters in elevation gain. Just a few of them. One of them being one of the last climbs there, which comes at just a few kilometers to go. It starts at 113 kilometers, so with about 6 kilometers to go, they'll be hitting this last climb, the last big climb. They'll come over the bottom, they'll come over the backside of that, and then have another smaller climb to the finish, which has a less percent gradient.
Yeah, so compared to yesterday's stage, I think there's really potential for a breakaway to go, or a very, very small group of riders will probably come into the finish together today.
Right.
So now we're just showing the individual general classification from yesterday. And Liam Walsh from Keish Body Wrap was the winner of the stage. It was very exciting, but at the end it all came back together for a huge sprint. Right now, Simone Rakani is in the yellow jersey, but the top 10 is really all pretty close together, so we expect some potential for a big G shakeup today.
Yeah, we didn't see any differences yesterday in the GC classification. There wasn't much of a switch. There was one switch only due to the placement of the finishers in the middle of that, in the middle of those classifications for the GC. But the sprint was won by Liam Walsh. He also took the sprinter's jersey yesterday. He now has a 5-point gap to the next in line.
So we'll see him in the green jersey today.
So Andrea De Mato, he is looking to take those points today in the intermediate sprint. There is only one intermediate sprint today.
Yes.
So
and to be honest, looking at the course profile, it's after a lot of hills already. So
Yes.
there's potential there might be a breakaway. It's not really guaranteed that's going to be contested by the field at large.
I think that's potentially correct.
So the other, there's kind of 2 competitions that we expect to get shaken out today as well. The young riders jersey, there are 4 riders who have the same time right now.
Right.
So we think that probably today they'll shake that up a bit and kind of settle their classification. And the King of the Mountains is also going to be finishing up today as well.
Yes, and to go along with what you're able to see now on your screen, yesterday's race got started off with quite a punch, and you would have seen 3 take off the front, one of them being William Heffernan. He is actually one of the riders that is contending for the Young Riders jersey. He's a minute down on the rest of the Young Riders. But
We'll see if he's got anything in the tank.
Exactly. If we see him do some more moves like he did yesterday, then it could be that he takes that minute back.
Heffernan is also in the climber's jersey now after his ride yesterday. He took all 3 the King of the Mountains points yesterday. Today there's 3 more chances to get points. And so he'll probably see some competition, though, as there'll be other people who want to get that jersey as well.
Yeah, good point. He took that climber's jersey from Nils Sinchek, and Kim Yuro actually tied Nils Sinchek yesterday by taking 2 points on one of the KOMs, and it looks to me like, yes, William Heffernan will have his work cut out for him. Perhaps his legs are stinging a little bit from yesterday. After all that work, I think he was away for 80 kilometers of the race. So
right. We can see now this is the point where he got caught yesterday after staying away basically solo for 80 kilometers.
Yes, and he looked pretty good actually. Even being caught, he looked like he was able to slot in and stay with the group there. So hats off to William, and hopefully he has enough energy left in the legs today that he can keep his KOM points and potentially even move himself up in the Young Riders classification.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be an exciting day of racing today. So this was just the scene yesterday, the riders going over the Sachun Bridge. There's a lot of impressive infrastructure here. Because there's so many islands, they've built lots of bridges to connect them now.
Exactly.
50 years ago, there wouldn't have been all these bridges, but Korea's developed very rapidly economically, and they've connected lots and lots of these islands to the mainland now.
Not only that, but the condition of the roads also seem to be improving as time goes on.
Yes, the roads in this tour to Gyeongnam this year have been in truly excellent condition.
Yeah, I don't see so many mechanicals, at least not caused by the roads themselves. So it is a pretty smooth course going through this tour as they jump along the islands on the south coast, getting further and further away from Busan. Tomorrow we're going to see a completely different kind of course style. It's going to be more like a criterium.
Yes, tomorrow is basically a 5-kilometer circuit taking place around the industrial city of Changwon.
Yes.
So there's not going to be any major hills. It's going to be flat and pretty much completely urban, but it's also going to take place along the coastline, so it should be a beautiful course for the riders to take in their last day. Since it's flat, it's probably likely to end in a group sprint, but we'll have to see. I'm sure all the teams that haven't been able to get a stage win yet will be thinking about how they can take advantage of that final stage.
Yes. We're seeing this incredible footage coming in from the sprint yesterday. Happy to bring that to you.
Yes, the Sokesh body wrap is having a really great race. Now they've won 2 stages. They had a day-long breakaway yesterday in the King of the Mountains jersey now.
Yes.
Yeah. So they have two jerseys, King of the Mountains and the sprint jersey, plus 2 stage wins.
It's incredible. I guess they're used to these island races.
Maybe, because they're from Australia.
Yeah.
It's a big island. Yeah.
There you go.
So here's a shot of kind of what you might see if you go for a bike ride in this area. There's lots of ships because some of they have a big shipbuilding industry in Gyeongnam province.
Correct.
And shipping. So they bring a lot of products into and out of Korea on massive ships into the harbors here.
Yes, it's really common to visit a coffee shop and to see this kind of view from pretty much anywhere along the coastline. Also, if you're taking the cable car that comes out of Samcheonpo, which we would have talked about yesterday, it's really close to Sachon. You can see this kind of thing. There are so many little islands that are connected by bridges to lead out to this island, which is Namhae. You can take those bridges on the bicycle. You can drive in the car. There are many ways to get there, so it's really, really a beautiful place. Mostly the weather is decent. You do have some rainy days throughout the later parts of June and throughout July as the monsoon season kicks in. But you can catch so many good weather days down in this region. It's really a nice climate.
We've got about 10 minutes to the race start here. So you can see this view. Yesterday, actually, Danny and I were debating after the race how many islands there are in Korea. And there are over 3,000 islands in Korea. About 350, 400 of which are actually inhabited.
So I checked that pretty carefully. It's 3,382 islands, and 470 of them are inhabited.
So for a country the size of Indiana, that's a lot of islands.
It certainly is.
So here we're just taking a look at the course today. There's one sprint point on the course and 3 King of the Mountains. And it basically follows mostly along the coastline here with a few cuts inland that will provide for some of the big climbs today.
And we have 2 categorized climbs.
3.
Three categorized climbs.
And so there's one Cat 3 climb, 1 Cat 2 climb, and 1 Category 4 climb today. So this is enough that there's really pretty big chances for the King of the Mountains classification to get totally turned on its head.
Yeah, you remember for the Cat 3 climbs, the amount of points that are awarded.
Yeah. It's basically, so they get more points depending on the level of the classification of the climb. And they get the top 6 riders over the Cat 2 climb will get points, and with 10 points awarded to the first rider versus a Cat 4 climb, the first rider only gets 3. A Cat 3 climb, the first rider only gets 5 points.
Yes.
So far on the course, there's only been Cat 3 and 4 climbs. So really, this Cat 2 climb has big potential to influence this King of the Mountain rider
Correct.
jersey competition.
Cat 2 climb, just to review that, for those of you who aren't able to see the rules or don't know about the points classification, I'll try to make this simple. Cat 2 climbs, they have 6 places that they're awarding points. The first place gets 10 points, second place gets 8 points, third 6 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 2 points, and sixth place 1 point. So there are potentially a lot of points for those looking to contend in this category, and even those who haven't contended yet. Even people who don't have any points, there's still really open game here. They could jump into the KOM jersey mix today, and
Yes,
potentially even be in second place on the first climb.
Yes, so basically, if somebody were to win all 3 of these climbs today,
Yes.
they would win the King of the Mountains
Yes,
jersey.
it would be uncontestable.
So we see the riders lining up here, getting ready for this stage 4 of the Tour de Gyeongnam. Again, if you're watching live with us and you have any questions about the race, feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll take a look and try to answer any questions you guys have as we go along today.
We're looking down here at the sports park. The infrastructure here is really incredible. They like to put their sports parks, stadiums, and so they can have various kinds of events near the city, all in one place.
Yes, so essentially what we're looking at here, it's Namhae Sports Park, and it's a complex developed by the local government so that they have ample sports facilities for the local people, kids, etc., and to be able to have a place to hold sporting events like this Tour de Gyeongnam 2026. Korea, as you can see from all the images, it's extremely mountainous, so they typically don't have a lot of flat land on which to develop things. So that's why they've concentrated these sports facilities together.
Yeah, and that's also why you're seeing a lot of the cropland being built on the hillsides. That's a pretty common thing, and I've seen in Germany too. They like to build croplands on the.
Yes, I think anywhere that's not flat, basically. Where I
That's
grew
a
up
good
in
point.
Minnesota and Indiana, it's totally flat, no problem finding
Yes.
ample sites for growing crops or putting soccer fields or football fields. But
Yeah.
not the case in Korea, where it's extremely mountainous. So that's kind of what's been shaping the characteristics of this race. That we're going along the ocean, but basically the mountains go right up to the ocean. So
Yes.
by riding around an island here, it's not a flat, easy ride. Typically, it involves a lot of climbing.
That's true. That's true. It's hard to find flat. But I mentioned yesterday there is this course. It's called the in course, which means the inner portion of the island. There's an inner bay area between South Korea and the northern part of Namhae Island. You can ride on some coastal roads there that are relatively, if not completely flat. There are only a few different undulations that you do on that course, and it's very, very good road, very curvy. It's definitely an incredible ride to do. We used to ride out of Jinju, and then we would ride about 150 kilometers total distance from point to in a full loop, doing that in course.
Wow, sounds like a beautiful ride.
Yes.
So for those of you who don't know about us, Danny and I have lived in Korea for about 15 years each, and Danny used to live in the city of Jinju, which is one of the bigger cities in Gyeongnam province. So he's an expert on the local roads.
Yes.
Pretty much ridden every course, I think.
Yes, I used to adventure weekly to either this island, Namhae, or other islands in the south. It's just such an incredible place to ride, and I had a lot of time at that point to, enjoy myself, enjoy the local riders in Jinju. There weren't so many cyclists when I first started, especially not on the road. We were more mountain bikers, so my first bike around here was a mountain bike. which made it easy to get up the really super steep climbs because there wasn't a lot of asphalt infrastructure at that point. So we would be doing 18-19% gradients on these concrete rough concrete roads going up the mountains. But that kind of attrition, when you go through it, the reward at the top is amazing. The views from these islands are just incredible.
Yeah, so speaking about mountain biking, I mean, we've both been racing and riding in Korea for 15 years or so.
Yep.
And when we both got here, mountain biking was really popular among the amateur scene. There was really nice mountain bikes and lots of people doing mountain biking. And it's shifted over to road really in the past 15 years a lot, hasn't
Yeah,
it? Now there's a lot of road riders.
I remember back when we first started mountain biking, it was a great way for the entire community to meet each other, learn about each other. All generations were mountain biking at that point. I remember the oldest that I knew was almost 70 years old. And from then on, we met a bunch of couples doing mountain bike racing and kids and all that as well.
선수 여러분 모두가 안전하게 완주하며 최고의 기량을 펼치시길 진심으로 응원합니다.
Hope this race showcases the charm of Namhae and Gyeongnam to the world. Most of all, we cheer for your absolute safety and finds the performance.
Just a couple more minutes to start here. The riders getting lined up, getting ready to roll out. But they do again have a neutral rollout section today, so they're not racing right from the gun.
May this beautiful journey in Namhae
We're just gonna work out some little technical issues here, and we'll come right back to you.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 여동찬 남해군의회 기획행정위원장님의 환영사였습니다.
Thank you for your warm welcoming message.
And yes, we're looking at the start line here. We got those jerseys all lined up. You have your white jersey on the right side of your screen, which signifies the young rider. And then next to him on his right side, the polka dot jersey. And moving over to the left, you'll see the sprinter's jersey and then the yellow jersey.
And I imagine all the riders are a little bit nervous today as they'll know this is the Queen stage. So it's not going to be any walk in the park. There's likely to be big changes to all the riders wearing these jerseys today.
Yeah, so and on your screen here, we're looking at Simone Rakani from Team Ukyo.
Liam Walsh from Case Body Wrap, yesterday's stage winner.
And we'll pan over to our amazing breakaway rider, William Heffernan from Case Body Wrap.
He looks like he's a little bit sunburned. I hope he put on some sunscreen today.
He does. He's got quite the tan. Maybe that's typical of experienced island riders.
And here is our young rider leader. This is Mohammed Maslin from Malaysia Pro Cycling. And he'll be especially nervous because there's 4 riders in his competition on the same time.
That's
he
right.
is wearing the white jersey on virtue of being the first finisher yesterday in the pack of those 4 riders.
Yes, and the guy next to him has quite some energy, I would imagine, for today. He's looking at taking that minute back.
There's also
possible.
a Korean rider from the LX cycling team who's on the same time as him. Rider Jay, who I think will probably be putting up a good fight. He's a good climber as well.
Yes, he's done a lot of riding down in this region. There was a long time ago. There's a climb just north of Namhae. If you look on Strava on the map and look for really steep climbs, it's just an up and down climb. You can't go down a backside. It's just a one way up, one way down. It's called Gyeongnam.
Yes, me and you rode that once.
That's right. It is 6.3 kilometers at 11% average gradient. So it's quite the climb. You get to the top, look off the side, and you can see all the little dotted islands throughout the sea just below. It's really beautiful.
The riders are just rolling out now. They have to stay behind that lead car for the first 1.2 kilometers of the race. So they're not racing yet. They are doing what's called a neutral rollout. And after 1.2 kilometers, then they'll really start racing.
Again, they will have to stay behind this car. If they move next to the car or start to get in front of it, the commissaires will definitely let them know and give them warnings.
So do you think we'll see another attack from the gun like yesterday?
I think so. I think in this pro race, they have tactics ready. A lot of these teams will have told their domestiques to go early, and you'll see attacks going off pretty quickly.
Yes, especially after yesterday seeing them go at kilometer 0 and staying away for so long. I think a lot of riders will be inspired by that ride.
I think so. I think the amateur series could start to turn out like this if we're getting enough of these viewers, like I think we are. It looks like there's a pretty good viewer base for this broadcast. So let's see if it influences the amateur race here in Korea to start attacking like this from the gun.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. So again, if you're just joining us, my name is Derek Lon. I'm one of your commentators for today, and I'm joined by...
I'm Daniel Marquardt. We're both from the U.S., and we came to Korea quite a long time ago. I think you came back in 2010.
Yes, I came back in 2010. Pretty much been here the whole time since.
Yeah, and I came in 2009 at the end of 2009 for the first time, so almost the same time frame. And I've been in and out of Korea a couple of times since then, but in total about 14 years.
Yes. So we're happy to be bringing you this Tour de Gyeongnam UCI Asia Tour race for the first time broadcast in English.
That's right.
So we hope everybody's enjoying our coverage and getting to learn a little bit more about the race in Gyeongnam province and some of the riders and action that's going on in this UCI Asia Tour. Wow, they are really bunched up there close to the car.
That's right.
So the riders will want to maintain a spot as close to the front as possible, but since they're not allowed to actually start racing, they need to jostle with each other to get exactly to the front, but not past that car, which is not easy to do.
That's right. You'll see a little bit of movement in the pack. Most of the pro riders will know that moving around isn't going to be very easy in this stage, and also there's going to be such an acceleration once the race starts.
Right now,
Which it looks like it started. The car is accelerating, and looks like their riders are accelerating. They'll need to get their domestiques toward the front so that they can start the attacks, which I think will be happening very soon. There you go.
yep.
So you got some hard riding off the back.
Yeah, 118K on tap for today, and it looks like the riders are full gas from the get-go.
Already flicking elbows too. Look at that.
That flick of the elbow indicates that he wants the person behind him to come forward and share the effort of blocking the wind.
That's right, and he's flicking his right elbow, which means he wants the rider behind to come around the right side. Which, it looks like that's happened.
And wow, already attacks are flying. This looks like a wheel-top rotor Chengdu rider. They've been very, very active in this race, and they'll want to try to get a top result.
Well, this is climbing right off the bat. So they're going to be going up a 26-meter climb at 5.6% gradient, which is what we can see here. It's still going to be pretty fast for them, 25 kilometers per hour at least. So, and maybe even more than that.
So yeah, if you look at the profile of this course today, it's basically up and down the entire day, and there's 3 categorized climbs where there's King of the Mountains points on the line, but there's multiple other climbs in here that could have a potentially big impact on the race. I think the riders will have studied this, written their cue sheets on their stems like we discussed yesterday, so they know what kind of climbs are coming up and where they might want to attack.
Yes. This one is a tricky one. It's going to be uphill, and then they'll have a very, very short rest of downhill, and then it kicks up again. It's on a steep uphill incline again, about the same distance as the first, and then again another rest, and then an uphill, and then finally it will come down after that third riser.
So we can see the peloton's already split a bit. There's the Chengdu wheel-top rotor rider has managed to draw out some people from the peloton. Looks like they'll be joining him in a minute, and we'll see if they're able to put some daylight between themselves and the pack.
Yes, you have the rider in the blue jersey. It looks like Keish body wrap, who is coming up. He's bridging up, and they're looking back right now. So it means that they're looking for, well, if they've gotten a gap or not.
But I do remember when I first started racing, my dad and my coaches would always tell me, "Don't look back. You've got to commit."
I got the same advice as well. Just keep your head down, commit until you've been completely caught.
Yes. So we see here on the right a little bit of tourist information about some sites here in Namhae. One of the themes of this race this year is honoring the Naval Admiral Lee Sun-shin, who was a famous Korean Navy admiral in the 1500s. He's credited with designing what's called the Turtle Ship, which was a famous Korean battleship. And he lived in this region, the Gyeongnam region, and defended Korea from invaders. And he was very famous for being able to utilize the tides and the islands in the area to protect Korea from anybody trying to invade the country.
Good point. And also, there's some historical significance of Namhae in particular, because the waters off Namhae, the Noryang Strait, as it's called, is the site of the historic Battle of Noryang of 1598. This is where Lee Sun-shin had basically a battle where with Japanese invasions, where his life was taken.
Oh, wow. So this is a very important, that's why they have a memorial to him in Namhae.
Yes, this is the final battleground. Well, battle water.
Yes.
I guess we could call it.
So hopefully the riders have better luck today.
Yeah.
Here they are just cruising over the hills here. There's a breakaway here off the front. We see the rider there in the Korean National champion jersey. That's Jae-bin Yoon, riding for the Rujai Insurance team. And he'll be looking to show his stuff, as this is the biggest race in Korea of the year. So the Korean riders will all be hoping to get a great result on home turf.
It looks like we have some great representation here. Two from wheel top rotor, but we're looking at also Team
Another
Ukyo
rider
here and Aisan, both from Japan, both of those teams there. And now we're seeing the rotation through from the second of the wheel top rotor riders, and behind him is your Keish body wrap rider, and he is followed by Nin Jae-bin from Rujai.
Yes, our Korean national champion, who we'll be rooting for to get a good result today, as we're a little bit biased, having lived in Korea for so
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, well, actually, knowing him as well is also a help.
That helps, yes. Keish Body Rep has really been an impressive team. They haven't missed a major breakaway of this race,
Yeah,
have they?
I've seen that. That's incredible.
It's amazing they have enough riders that can keep it going.
It looks like they've already got quite a gap here. This is not to be expected for so early in this race. But we did see yesterday that there was a big gap that was let open with Heffernan and two of the Korean riders, one from Seoul team and the other from LX. So, yes, we're looking at, I think, quite a big gap compared to what I was expecting.
Yes, it's similar to yesterday with people going off the front immediately. So we'll see if the pack really lets them get a gap or not. 30 seconds of the peloton now. There's another chase group 7 seconds back. And one of the features, I think, that makes racing here interesting is because it's so hilly, twisty, and there's a lot of trees, it's easy to get out of sight. And getting out of sight is a big thing for a breakaway. We say out of sight, out of mind. And once the pack cannot see the breakaway, it's not as easy for them to maintain the motivation to chase them down.
Exactly, and a really huge factor to that, which you won't see in the Grand Tours, is they're not allowed to have radios. And that really affects the amount of knowledge that these riders will have in the front and the frequency of that knowledge. Because the motorcycles, they're the only ones that are going to be giving these riders the information of the gaps that they have to the field or the chasers behind. And
Right.
that motorcycle is not able to get up to them so often.
Right, so right now I think these guys, they won't have this information that they're 16 seconds ahead of a chase group and 30 seconds ahead of a peloton. They're just thinking to themselves, we got to keep going, establish ourselves as a breakaway. Don't look back. Just keep the gas on for now.
Yeah, and what I've alluded to in previous stages is they kind of have this instinct of how hard they're going versus how hard they think the field is probably going at this point, because they'll know what the course undulation, what the course elevation and profile are like. They'll understand what the field is probably going to want to do tactically and which riders need what. So also in their established breakaway, they'll know which riders are going for which points because they would have done their homework most likely.
Yeah.
And another thing with that is that I mentioned before in previous stages, they probably would have put a piece of paper taped to their stem or to their handlebars somewhere to show them what they need to do or what they need to watch out for, whether it's a rider in a certain classification or whether it's a climb that's going to be coming up or a intermediate sprint point, what mileage marker that's going to be at.
Yes, exactly. We got rider Noah Blannon right now on the front from the Case Body Wrap team, just drilling it, trying to keep the pace high. This course is just extremely undulating, so you can see they go uphill slowly, and then they really are going to be blasting down these hills through this beautiful countryside. And that's probably a little bit easier for a breakaway to do than for the pack, actually.
Yes, they are really punchy climbs. They're very short, but they're easy to stay with a pack because there's not enough of a climb in each of these, at least at this point, to really set the riders apart. That mostly the riders will bunch up, as you can see here, they'll bunch up at the base of climbs, small climbs, and then they'll string out as the climb gets toward the top. And they'll string out a little more as they're coming down the backside of the climb. And then again, it's just going to happen over and over and over again, that process. Bunching up and then stringing out, bunching up, stringing out. It looks like a rubber band being stretched over and over again.
Yes. Wow, this is really beautiful scenery. I think you were discussing this a little bit yesterday.
Yes.
The terraced rice paddies here along
Yes.
the hillsides.
Yes, this is a really common thing on the islands. They have to utilize the totality of their land, or at least as much of it as possible, so that they can grow enough food to survive.
Yes, and with such little flat land, they had no other choice but really to utilize these hillsides.
That's right.
We're getting word that rider number 16 and rider number 42 are in this. 16 is... We know that Jabin from the Rougai Insurance team, he is number 6. And rider number 14 is Simone Rakhani. He is back. He's the leader's jersey. He's back with the peloton right now. But looks like there's 5 riders in this breakaway, and we will see if they're able to go. But they have 19 seconds on the pack, so they've lost a little bit of time already. But that won't dissuade them. They'll keep working together and to try to see if they can do something. So if you just saw, we went through a small tunnel there. That tunnel was built over the hillside to let animals cross the road safely in between the forest.
Yes.
So that's a common feature when you're out riding in Korea. Typically the tops of the hill passes or mountain passes will have a small tunnel, and on top it's forested. They use that to let animals cross over.
Interesting. And there isn't a ton of wildlife, but you will find some what we call deer. They call it gorani.
Yep.
And they're a little bit different from what you would see, at least in the U.S. and in some other Western countries. They have a more rounded nose. And actually, the gorani has these really long, sharp fangs.
Right. They almost look like something out of a book, like a fairy tale book, when you see the
Exactly.
deer for the first time in Korea.
If you've seen a saber-toothed tiger, you can think of a saber-toothed deer almost, because their teeth are actually very long. They
Yeah.
stick out of the mouth quite a bit.
The squirrels in Korea also have pointed ears rather than rounded ears.
That's
which
right.
also makes them look like something straight out of a fairy tale.
And they're a little fluffy, I think.
So, Jae-bin Yoon here, rider number 6 in the Korean National Championship jersey, just pulling off after taking a pull. He'll slot right back in behind rider number 42. That's Noah Blannon from Case Body Wrap. And there are 2 riders there from the Chengdu Wheel Top Rotor team, just driving the pace. They'll be motivated to work together as there's 2 of them in this group of 5. But at the same time, the other riders will also want to rely on them probably. They'll think to themselves, well, if you guys have 2 riders, we're going to make you guys do a little bit more of the work since you have more chances to win. Just coming here along the ocean, you can see that in the background is a school there located right there along the ocean. Those kids must have a really nice view when they're studying.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. It must be a treat to go to school here. But perhaps they wouldn't know.
Perhaps they wouldn't know. If you grow up in a
This is
place
all I
like this, maybe this is all you know.
Yeah.
But if you grow up in a place like Minnesota and Indiana, and then you get to come to the ocean, you're able to appreciate the beauty of it a bit more, I think.
That's right. Another thing about the schooling here, the kids do wear uniforms to almost every school. I think actually every school.
Well, starting in middle school.
Yes.
Elementary now, I think they're allowed to wear. They have freedom in what they wear.
Okay.
Middle school and high school typically have uniforms.
Good point.
Yep, this breakaway still just chugging along. That is rider number 126 from Team Aisan. That is Keito Kamiya from Japan. Aisan Racing is a team out of Japan, but they do have, it's a mix of Japanese and foreign riders.
And you also have number 142 there from Wheeltop Rotor, Timofey Ivanov.
And the rider, I think the idea with these Asian teams getting riders from other countries is that they want to be able to bring those riders from Europe's knowledge and teach the Asian riders about kind of maybe some of the experiences they've had in Europe, etc.
For sure, that would be one of the motivations there, as well as increasing team power. But yes, if you're recruiting a rider that's had, a huge history of big races and has great palmares, then definitely you're going to be flowing that knowledge and that experience and even that power into this developing riding culture in Asia.
Yes.
To touch base on Timofey Ivanov, he is a puncher, so this is his kind of course. And to talk about his results a little bit, he's had third GC in the Tour of Pongyang Lake in 2024, so that's rather recent, and then third in a stage of the Tour of Hainan, which is that island just south of China, off the coast of southern China, in 2025. So really recently.
So most of these riders in this break have some pretty good experience and results, so should be an interesting battle to see if they stay away. Who will be able to take this stage?
Exactly.
They're just coming around. This course is going to be full of not super sharp corners, but corners that they can take really at full speed. But with considering how fast these riders are going, it'll still take technical skill to be able to read the course quickly and decide how much speed and if they can pedal through the different corners.
Exactly. This is a great image here from the motorcycle. You can see them really getting leaned over. They will be relying on their tire sidewalls, or not sidewalls, but the tire close to the sidewall to be pretty sticky. The road surface here is really good. You can see a little bit of dirt and dust there, but it's not going to be enough to cause any slippage. That's just dirt left over, most likely from trucks or tractors that have been hauling crops or hauling dirt itself, or that have finished working on these farms, because there's so many farms here.
Right, so tractors might be pulling dirt off from the fields.
That's right.
But yeah, I think the riders will probably actually enjoy this course. It's extremely, the rolling and twisty nature of it makes it just a fun place to ride in general.
It does.
So.
And when you're away in a breakaway, like you said, out of sight, out of mind, that makes breakaways actually more fun. Because it provides mystery, especially when you don't have the radios like I was talking about before. When you don't have radios that are constantly telling riders behind you where you are, it adds to this mystery, so it is fun to be away on these kinds of courses.
Yes, so we'll see how these guys keep going. But now they've brought that gap up to 30 seconds on the peloton, and they have the motorcycles now up there telling them what their gap is. So I think that'll boost their confidence and boost their spirits, knowing that if they have a 30-second gap. That means that a Shimano team car, Shimano neutral car, will come up and join them, so they'll be able to grab water, and if they have any problems with their bikes, get them fixed right away.
I think so.
But it seems like some of the teams have missed out on this breakaway, so perhaps we'll end up seeing some of the, like Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Or the others, come to the front here later on to try to pull them back, because they don't have a rider in this breakaway.
I see.
But at the same time, I don't think any of these people in the break are really a threat on the GC, so they could be happy to let them get some time as well.
I think so. Yeah, we saw at the beginning of the break that it seemed like there were at least a couple more riders than there are now. I thought there was representation from...
There was a Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Rider. He dropped back to the peloton.
Yeah.
So perhaps that was strategic.
Yes. I'm really wondering about why that was done. Perhaps, yeah, he's going back to focus his energies later to help out his GC rider.
Yeah, that was rider number 16. It was Yoshiki Terada from Japan, riding for Team Yukio. And he's not the team leader, right? They have the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Simone Riccani, so perhaps he was ordered to go back to help his team leader.
I see. He was the points jersey in the Tour of Japan in 2024.
Wow, so no slouch himself.
No, definitely not. And he was also... He's considered a sprinter and also a good TT rider, a time trial rider. He was on the Bahrain Victoria development team back in 2025, so just last year, which is pretty interesting. He's 24 years old. We're talking about Yoshiki Terada, and he's had 7 seasons. under his
Okay,
belt
so an
as well.
experienced rider.
He's an experienced rider at a young age, so I will be very curious to know what they were pulling him back for, or what he dropped back for.
So interesting. Look at the pack right now. They are just cruising. You can see the yellow jersey and the green jersey are at the very front. The riders are taking up the entire road. And this is a twisty, hilly road. You know, typically on a road like this, they would get stretched out quickly. But
Yes.
I think this is an indication that they've decided, all right, we can let this breakaway go. Why don't we just take a moment to enjoy the scenery?
Exactly, and you'll generally see that the yellow jersey and the green jersey are a little bit more protected, at least wind-wise, but it looks like it's slow enough that they can just ride out in the front, stay safe, make sure that there aren't any wrecks happening in front of them, which can happen on occasion and can cause a little disruption in their tour. So it looks like they're riding in a really safe position, not too much wind, they're able to save energy still.
Yep. We can see 2 Rougai insurance riders at the front. I think they'll be happy that they sent Jae Bin Yoon off to the front off in the breakaway today. So perhaps they're up there, just sort of blocking and ensuring that it's not too fast of a pace, so that they can get some time.
That's right. Yesterday we saw Heffernan from Keish Body Wrap stay out for 80 kilometers. It was my understanding and actually guess that he was out there on orders, but also on instinct, to basically take over the responsibility for the whole team, let them rest in the field. They don't have any responsibility to chase him down. Every other team does.
Yes,
So
you're right.
They were able to sit and wait, and for at least for 80 kilometers, there was still quite a bit, 50 kilometers left of the race when he was caught, a little less than that. So there was a little responsibility they had to keep their rider toward the front. But it looked like everything panned out well, and they were eventually able to take that win.
Yep. So right now the riders are getting onto a bigger road right now. So this is not necessarily a highway, but this is what a main artery road looks like in Korea. And so they're going to be using this. It's going to be a lot probably easier riding than the roads they were just on. Not as hilly and not as steep.
When you're out in the countryside, especially in this area where there aren't so many inhabitants in a small area, where it's not so congested, you're not going to see a lot of cars. So you can see here, of course, they've closed down the road for these riders, but the traffic in these areas is not that much. Yes, the cars go fairly quickly on these roads, about 100 kilometers an hour. They do have speed limits, they do have speed cameras, and they have them very frequently, so the drivers aren't able to go so fast. But in these areas, there really aren't that many cars like you'd see near the bigger cities. So it's a beautiful place to ride, even on these artery roads, the larger artery roads.
Let's just take a look at where some of these riders are on the GC right now. We have rider number 142 and 145 there from the Rotor Chengdu wheel top team here. But I think that we don't really have anybody here. Yeah, they have rider number 141, Petr Rukanov, in 10th place for their team. And the rest of the riders are all quite a bit off the pace. If you look at the GC results right now, essentially there are up to 11th place is a minute and 38 seconds down, and after that everybody is 6 minutes or more behind the yellow jersey. So it's not going to be easy for anybody who's behind 11th place to really move up and be competitive in that GC.
That's
fight.
right.
So I think that's part of the reason that this peloton is not chasing very hard. They're not worried, even if these guys finish with a 5-minute gap in front of them in the end, it's not going to affect their leaders of the races
Yes,
ranking.
everybody in the top 11 seems to be sitting in this pack here. So it does look like a safe break for them.
Yes, so the riders here in the pack just fanning out across the whole 2 lanes of traffic here, taking advantage of the nice, wide, smooth road. But still, the Yu-Gi-Oh team is setting the pace on the front. They do have that responsibility, I think, as they have the yellow jersey, but it's not a very fast-paced right now.
You can see, if you look at the back of the field, you can see the LX riders riding together. You'll see that very often with teams. They'll stick together and they'll protect one of their riders who they have for a certain role or responsibility, whether it be for the King of the Mountains jersey or the sprint jersey or the yellow jersey as you see here. They'll try to cover that rider from the wind. Even when they're riding in the back of the pack, it's good to do that in case there are accidents. They can give a little bit more time for their contenders, for their main rider or GC rider to have some reaction and get out of those situations.
Yes. So the peloton now 155 back, so they have really sat up. We've only ridden about 18 kilometers.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday with that 3-man breakaway. They were able to get quite a gap, 5 minutes.
Right. So, and this is a 5-man breakaway. So, I think these guys, thinking about it, have a better chance than yesterday's solo rider, William Effron, and trying to go it alone.
He was absolutely booking it. I think he averaged 42 kilometers an hour.
All by himself.
Yeah, after all that undulation and climbs. Yeah, definitely he was booking it. But these guys would definitely have a little bit better chance, especially with having 2 riders on the same team. They'll be purely motivated to keep this break going as long as they can.
So on the front there, that's Jae-bin Yoon wearing the Korean national champions jersey from Rujai Insurance. And just following him are 2 riders from the wheel-top rotor Chengdu team out of China. And those 2 riders will be maybe taking potentially longer pulses. With 2 riders, they might have more responsibility to ensure the break sticks.
We would have seen yesterday, sort of toward the end of the race, Jae-bin Yoon was trying to take off on multiple breakaways.
Yes, so he's motivated, I think, to get a home result here.
I think so. And I'm wondering if that took anything out of his legs. I think he's trying to show us right now that it didn't.
Yes, agreed. So we could see the green jersey just veering off to the side of the road there. It looks like he was blowing his nose. So riders also have all kinds of needs, and if you get a stuffy nose or a runny nose often when you're bicycling.
That's right.
And riders will blow their nose, but they want to do it off to the side of the road to ensure that they don't hit anybody with what they're getting out.
Yeah, and sometimes they signal. I like to signal when I'm blowing my nose and give about 3 to 4 seconds before I actually take action so that riders behind, riders who know me, know my signal, which is a straight hand down toward the ground. They
Yes.
know that means I'm going to, spray the area behind. So definitely they move over to the side that my arm is not on.
So we see rider number 1 here. That's Dylan Hopkins from Rujai Insurance. He was last year's winner of the Tour de Gyeongnam. He went back to the cars. Maybe he had a mechanical or was getting some food and was just taking a little draft off that chief commissary's car before trying to jump up.
Yeah, now Dylan Hopkins is sitting in 40th position. There's quite a large gap between him and the GC at 8 minutes 32 seconds. So I would imagine that he's taking on the role of a domestique at this point.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I'm not sure where he is in the other classifications. I'll take a look, but I think it's pretty safe to say that he's going to be a domestique in this particular tour.
Yes. So rider Noah Blannon there on the front from the Cage Body Wrap team, taking a strong pull, followed up by Jae-bin Yoon, Korean national champion from Rujai Insurance team, and 2 Chengdu wheel top rotor riders, number 145 and number 142. They are Timofey Ivanov and Andrei Stepanov. They're working together.
Yes, and we would have talked about Timofey Ivanov a few minutes ago. Andrei Stepanov. So about him, he's an all-arounder. His most recent victory, if it would be, or result, was 4th in the GC at the Trans-Himalaya cycling race in 2024.
Just the name of that race sounds really hard.
Exactly.
Trans-Himalayas.
Yes, so it must mean he's very, very good at climbing. I've done some riding in the very western side of China, next to the Himalayas, there in Yunnan province. It's extremely difficult, very, very long climbs, super high elevation. The highest elevation I hit at that point was 4,700 meters.
Wow.
Which is almost non-breathable.
Yeah.
You can't put in any real effort.
Well, plenty of air down here in Gyeongnam as
That's
these riders
true.
are riding right here at sea level along this beautiful coast. So they won't be
Yes.
worried about low oxygen today, but more about, I think, just making sure they have enough power.
So I would imagine that if he's really good at this Trans-Himalaya race, he will have that perhaps elevation training, maybe, but that's from 2024. So let's see what he's capable of here in these smaller, much smaller climbs.
Yes. Now we're seeing two riders from Team Yukio coming to the front of this peloton, just picking up the pace a little bit. As they have the yellow jersey, they really do have a responsibility, I think, to set the pace and ensure that this breakaway doesn't steal their yellow jersey. If they keep riding like this all day and let
That's
them
right.
get a 10-minute lead, then something could happen to that yellow jersey.
And that makes me wonder more what happened with the rider that was in the breakaway for Team Ukyo. That was Yoshiki Tarada. I'm not sure why he would have come out of this breakaway.
Yeah, that's a mystery.
It seems like he's capable, and I'd really like to know.
So just a little bit more information about some of the teams in this race. We are racing in what's called the UCI Asia Tour. So that's a group of international professional cycling races all around Asia, and they keep a season-long ranking based on the UCI points that riders earn by doing well in races like this. And right now, this Rujai Insurance team out of Thailand, they are number one. So they are a team that is going to be marked in this race. Everybody knows they have a lot of good riders. They have 3 national champions in this race. Mongolia, and the Oceania regional champion, and the Korean national champion.
That is incredible. Yeah, it's really great recruiting from them to have so many great riders. They raced this race before. Last year, I believe they took
Yes.
the victory in this race with their rider who is now in 40th position, Dylan Hopkins.
Yep. So here's Jae-bin Yoon, Korean national champion, coming back to talk to his team car. And they are probably going to give him some strategic instructions. What should you do? How much energy should you save? Or should you go to the front and drill it? Or do you need to drop back like what rider number 16 did? I don't think they'll be telling him that. But
Yeah, I doubt they would ever tell him to drop back. That would just be, I think, a waste at this point. He's better off to stay there, rotate through, try to keep a bit of a gap, and really put the pressure on that front team, Team Ukyo, who doesn't have representation in this break, and any other teams that have a GC or Jersey classification hopeful that are sitting in the pack there wondering, oh, what are we going to do about this? Are we going to put a rider in this break? Can we even catch that? So teams that are sitting on the front trying to chase this down, they're definitely going to be worried, and potentially Rujai will not have to worry as much.
no, I agree. So they're still just cruising along this nice wide road, making their way through a bunch of roundabouts here. And before they get to the real meat of this stage, which they'll cut back to the coast, and there'll be a lot more rollers, plus some longer, steeper climbs here coming in a little bit later. I think the first major feature we need to watch out for today, there's a sprint point as well as 3 King of the Mountains. The sprint point comes with 76 kilometers to go, so the riders still have about 17 kilometers before that first sprint point. And there at the sprint point, they can earn both points for the green sprinter's jersey as well as time bonuses for their general classification ranking.
That's right, and that sprint is 3 places deep. They give points, correct?
It's 3 deep, yes.
Yeah, so that'll be points are.
Yeah, 3, 2, and 1.
There you go.
But I think for these riders in the breakaway, since most of them are not highly ranked on the overall, and none of them have any points already, actually, for the point ranking either, I don't think they're going to be particularly interested in competing for those points.
Which means that the chasers behind probably won't be particularly interested in chasing them down.
No, they'll let them. I mean, at this point, I don't think they have enough time to get them before that sprint point. So everybody will just be rolling through it, I would imagine, today.
Yeah, and they won't have also the motivation, because a lot of these bigger teams that are involved in the sprint points, who especially Cage Body Wrap, they're represented in the breakaway. So they're happy to let their rider take the sprint points if that's possible. Right now, Cage Body Wrap, Liam Walsh, he has 24 points in the sprint classification, and the next rider down is at 17. So there's
That's a big
quite a
gap.
gap. Yeah.
But tomorrow's stage in Changwon, that'll be one I think that'll have a bigger effect. There's multiple sprint points, and it's a flat stage, so I think we can expect it to come down to a mass finish. A lot of roundabouts on this stage today. I think one thing they've done recently in Korea to kind of help traffic flow better is transition away from stoplights and move into more roundabouts.
But it's not working.
There's still a lot of traffic sometimes, but
Koreans don't understand roundabouts.
Hey.
But it just because they're so new. It's nothing against the culture. It's just the roundabouts are such a new thing that I don't know. Are they learning roundabouts in the driver's license testing
they
these
are,
days?
yeah.
Okay, so they've started doing that. But for the most part, when you enter a roundabout here in Korea, you really need to be careful, because they don't understand whether people are allowed to go when they're already in the roundabout, or whether they have to wait for riders that are entering the roundabout. So that happens quite a bit, yeah. So anyway,
not a problem for the riders today, though.
it's not.
They're flying.
And it's not a problem when you're driving or when you're cycling. It's just something to be noted of, and you'll actually feel really safe in a roundabout, because everybody drives really slow anyway. There's nobody that's really speeding or doing nefarious things. So it's actually just a funny thing that you'll see from less experienced drivers.
Yep. So out on the road here, the peloton is now 2 minutes and 50 seconds back of this 5-rider breakaway. So it seems like we're getting a repeat of yesterday. They're letting a breakaway go, and maybe they'll get on the gas later and try to reel them in.
Yes, I think that's right.
So this breakaway, though, they're working very well together. They have a nice, flat, straight road, which is not to their advantage. I think they'd be better off on a twisty, slightly hilly road. But they're doing what they can with the course, and pretty soon they'll be back onto the smaller roads.
They seem to have great firepower in the breakaway. Looks like they will be able to keep this distance for quite a while.
Yes, definitely. So getting nice views of the riders of their bikes. You'll see lots of different kinds of bicycles in this UCI Asia Tour that you might not see in North America or Europe. There's lots of new brands coming out, all kinds of different places. We see the riders here with a nice view from the drone, cruising right along, and really nice, beautiful countryside here in Namhae. Lots of rice paddies starting to get set in. You can see they're filled up with water. If you come back to Gyeongnam in the fall, you'll see the rice paddies turn a golden yellow color.
Yes, that is very, very beautiful sight. Very picturesque. If you're riding up hills or mountains in this region and you see those golden hillsides, it's really an amazing thing to take pictures, to kind of hang out in that area. You can sit on the side of the road and have a lunch or a snack or whatever it may be, and it's a really comfortable atmosphere. It gets a little humid around here, though.
Yes. So like Danny was saying earlier, there's a monsoon season in Korea. So later in the summertime, there'll be about a month where it's very humid and rains frequently. So a lot of the cycling events tend to happen in the spring, up towards this early summer, June time. And then again in September, October, and November, the weather is very nice in the fall. Lots of cycling events. It's a great time to visit the country, ride, maybe participate in a Grand Fondo.
The most famous and most ridden course by international visitors is the Han River. And the Han River connects to 3 different rivers throughout South Korea that run all the way from Seoul to Busan, which Busan is in this province, Gyeongsangnamdo, or Gyeongnam as they're calling it, in short, and that's the most southeastern city in South Korea. So you can ride on a bicycle path, designated bicycle path, almost completely from Seoul to Busan. That's around 630 kilometers if you're coming all the way from Incheon, which is that airport area where you fly into Seoul.
Sounds like a really cool ride to try out sometime.
It is amazing, and the infrastructure is so good here, and the population is dense enough that they're able to actually keep convenience stores all along the way, so that you're never really riding more than 15 kilometers without a convenience store. at
Yeah,
your
I think you could
fingertips.
say that course is probably the Seoul to Busan river course is probably the ideal bicycle trip or backpacking beginner's ride.
Yes, it in just one of the stages here in the Tour of Gyeongnam, it's a pretty hilly race. They will have done as much climbing as almost as much climbing as you would do riding that 630 kilometer path through the entire country. So it is a relatively flat course. They've managed to settle that course between almost all the mountains. There's only one big mountain pass over Ihwaryang.
In the middle, I see.
Yes, and it's quite a climb, but it is beautiful. And the road to go up, if you're coming from Seoul, the road to go up is a little rough, which is okay going up. It's a little bumpy, but on the way down, it's it's actually new asphalt. So a super great descent, good corners. They're not too sharp, and once you're done with that, you have fairly smooth sailing along the rivers through South Korea the whole way to Busan.
But this tour to Gyeongnam this year, mostly what we've been sticking to is this south coast. So not as many rivers as just islands and mountains here.
Yeah, the cool part about this area is, like I said before, there isn't that much traffic. Of course, they have the roads closed down now, so you won't see cars, not much or not many at all. But in any event, there aren't that many cars down here anyway, so it's okay to ride on the main streets here
Great view
without
of the,
having a bicycle path.
great view of the peloton here. We can see they are, it looks like, starting to chase. Now they've stretched out into a long, thin line with the bunch at the back of them. Maybe this 3 minutes and 20 seconds gap, they've decided it's too much and they need to put this breakaway on a leash.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's actually 3 minutes and 20 seconds now, because it does look like they're stretched out. It does look like more teams are coming to the front, teams that aren't represented in that breakaway. Like you said, they've decided that isn't the breakaway we really want, or at least the amount of time that they're getting is not good for us. And they need to reel this back in. Some teams will be thinking about that sprint point that is to come relatively soon.
Looking at the lists of countries of riders who are participating, we see there's, of course, this is a Korean race. There's a lot of Korean riders. But there's also 16 Australian riders in this race, which is the second highest number after the Koreans. So this Oceania region, Australia, is very well represented today. Interesting to see that. The gap is up to 3 minutes, 30 seconds, though. So despite their chasing efforts now, it doesn't seem like they've really managed to close the gap. I think with that breakaway working well together, the pack is going to have to step up their efforts. Right now, it looks like they're going fast, but this is not necessarily a chasing hardstyle effort like they were doing yesterday when they went in to reel in that breakaway. Right now, they're more just keeping it somewhat on a leash rather than letting them get 5 minutes plus.
If you look off to your left side of the screen there's a paralleled road that's right next to that coastline. It's a very small road.
I see that. It's off to the left.
That is what I call the Namhae in course. So it's the innermost road you can do on this island, and it skirts the side the whole way exactly like that. It's incredible to ride on. Yes, the drone is running right over it right now. It's an incredible road to ride. It's very smooth. We came down here in the winter one time. I think it was January or February, and at that point there was a lot of wind. It was pushing the waves up to the levees there, up to the shoreline, and the waves were crashing over. I remember getting splashed with water. It was it was incredible to try to get through that, and eventually we had to get into somewhere warm and warm up, because it does get kind of cold down here. But in this time, this is the perfect time to come and ride. 24 degrees out right now, I believe.
Yes, it's 24 degrees with a high of 28 today.
Absolutely beautiful weather, perfect for this region. It's just warm enough that you could visit one of the beaches on another portion of the ride that we'll be on. In about 40 kilometers, 30 to 40 kilometers, we'll be hitting some nice beach areas.
Maybe after the ride, the riders will jump in and take a quick dip.
Let's see.
Hopefully after they finish.
Yes.
Pack stretching out now, so maybe that we'll see that gap start to come down a little bit. It's interesting seeing this is a nice wide long road. The pack of about 130 riders here is really stretched out. I mean, you can see it's a couple hundred meters long from the front to the back. So earlier on, when they were really going slow, you could see the pack was all bunched up. Now that the pace has picked up a bit, the riders are stretching out in one long big line here. Team Yu-Gi-Oh there on the front. I think they are, as they have the yellow jersey, they feel responsibility to set the pace. But they are being followed by a variety of teams with other riders. That looks like a Casebo rider following him from Korea. Korea Sports Promotion Agency. That team will also not be satisfied with not having a rider in the break. Yoon Jae-bin is the Korean national champion, but he's riding for the Rujai insurance team out of Thailand. The gap is now up to 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So that break is working together seemingly very, very well, able to keep increasing their lead on these guys.
In a few kilometers, they're going to be coming up and over a hill. And on the backside of that hill, we're going to see a rather large German village.
Oh, wow, that sounds cool. How did a German village get to be on an island in Korea?
Yeah, so quite a long time ago, there were miners that would go to Germany, miners and nurses that would go to Germany.
Koreans who went to Germany, right?
Yes, Koreans, exactly. And when they'd return home here, they had a German village set up for them so they could feel like they were in Germany.
After living there for so long.
Yes, exactly. And they have, in that area, they have real authentic German cuisine, German architecture. All the housing looks exactly like it would in Germany. And they also have traditional German sausages, and they serve this pork schnitzel.
Wow.
And also have German beer there.
I heard they have a great Oktoberfest there each year as well.
Yeah.
Maybe something to ride around the island and then enjoy Oktoberfest at the Namhae German village.
That's right. If you're a German and you'd like to come and visit South Korea, this may be the place for you to feel like you're at home away from home.
Yes. So now we're rolling through the first feed zone of the day. All the teams have assistants there on the side of the road to give out water bottles and food, and sometimes even socks filled with ice to throw in their backs. We said it's 24 degrees Celsius, but the riders will still be feeling a lot of warmth from this sun.
That's right. That ice is going to play a really key role as it starts to get hotter. And ice, it cools down the body, it lowers the heart rate, and it keeps the riders from using too much energy. Yet now we're running through this feed zone. It looks
a bit chaotic.
Yeah, it looks a bit chaotic. There are a few bottles laying on the ground there. Bottles can be potentially hazardous. It's good if the bottles are really squishy, and that way they can just kind of roll over the bottles. But if the bottles are a bit harder, then they're, number one, hard to grab, and number two, when the riders ride over them, sometimes it can cause a little bit of disruption in their riding.
Yes. I think one thing to note here is that because cycling is a green sport, they're not allowed to throw any garbage or water bottles except at the feed zone.
Correct.
So all the riders will be getting on a new water bottle, but before they get it, they'll want to throw their empties at that feed zone. Then afterwards, the teams and the race organizers will pick up all the garbage and water bottles and get rid of it so that there's no garbage littered after the race.
That's right. There are designated zones. They are just before the feed zone and just after the feed zone, where riders are allowed to discard bottles or potentially other items. But they're generally supposed to be keeping their trash with them in their pockets.
Right.
And if they're discarding things outside of those feed zones, they can be fined.
Right.
Or
So we've had
penalized.
some fines in this race for various rule breaking, but nothing too serious.
Yeah, nothing too serious. It's been a relatively safe and yeah, not too bad race.
Speaking of bicycle paths, we were talking about the great bicycle paths here in Korea. I've heard that Chengdu, where this Chengdu wheel-top rotor team is based, also has a 100-kilometer greenway cycle path. That sounds like a really nice place to take a ride, and apparently they have a 100-kilometer team time trial held on that path each year.
Wow, that's amazing. So it must be wide enough for them to be able to hold such a big event.
I would think so. The bicycle paths in Korea are not wide enough for racing. They're perfect for riding. You can go at a good speed, but they're not designed for racing.
Yes.
When we have races here, they're held on public roads that they close, just like we're doing here at this Tour de Gyeongnam.
That's right, and there are plenty of those as well. And again, they don't have too much traffic on them, so it can be a really easy thing to set up in South Korea, especially in the countryside. You can take over a road, just talk to the local council. A lot of organizations do that, and even local governments, local councils will hold events on their own.
Yes. So we got some nice side views of the riders here. Interesting to see their different uniforms. I've noticed the Keish body wrap team's riders, his shorts are really, really long. Do you know why that would be, Danny?
I think that would have to do with aerodynamics. It's really important for, well, it is becoming more and more important as research develops to cover up more of the skin on your body. It's not necessarily about the skin, but your body just has not as smooth lines as you would have if you were to cover it up by tight clothing. Fabric, yes. The fabric can help out with the wind drag and make it more aerodynamic.
I see.
Make the riders more aerodynamic.
And we'll notice that all these riders in the breakaway are wearing aerodynamic socks as well.
Yeah, they have a cap on how high those socks can go. It's halfway up the calf. They don't usually measure that, but they take a look at it, and if they see that the socks are going higher than halfway up the calf, then the rider is told to either change their socks or lower them or whatever it may be, and they can be penalized for that during the race as well.
Oh wow, very interesting.
Yeah, so there is a cap on how long the socks can be, but I think you're looking at Keish Body Wrap. They have longer shorts. I don't think there's a regulation on that.
No, of course you'd be allowed to wear long sleeves,
As long as they're above the
long
knee.
tights if it was cold outside. So why not have longer shorts?
Well, actually, it's a really interesting thing. Earlier this season, when it was still really cold, it was February, and we were regulated on wearing leg warmers. We weren't allowed to wear leg warmers in our first season race.
Oh wow,
And
interesting.
I was able to race at that point. South Korea is really good about trying to involve the local riders and the amateur riders with the elite riders, the pro riders. So we were able to race together with the pro riders in our first amateur race. It was only allowed for the top 50 riders in the amateur category, but we were able to race together, a few of us. And at that point, we were regulated on what kind of clothing we could wear. We weren't allowed to wear knee warmers, leg warmers, because they would cover up too much of that middle area of the leg.
Wow, very interesting.
Yes.
So these guys are going now. They are going to be coming up to this intermediate sprint point here pretty soon. It's 76.7K to go is where the intermediate sprint point is, and that's exactly 1 kilometer from here. So let's take a look and see if any of these riders try to contest it or if they just choose to roll through. The only real strategy I could see is the Keish body wrap rider maybe trying to take the points so that nobody threatens their leader in the green jersey.
I think that's a necessity. It looks like he's scooting back to the back here. Maybe he's getting ready to launch an attack.
Yes, perhaps. He's probably in the ideal position now. So
Yes.
they got about
300
600 meters to go.
Oh,
They're
looks
rolling
like that's
through.
the line.
There he is. He went back to the front.
Actually, he was on the front. Sorry, the lighting. I got confused there. The Isan rider was moving to the back, and the cage body wrap did take that sprint point naturally. That's good for their team.
Yes, so his motivation, I think, there will be to keep any other riders from the break that could potentially get sprint points later on from threatening that green jersey.
Yes.
He'll also pick up a few bonus seconds.
The motorcycles off there to the left, you can see he's holding up a sign there telling them what their gap is.
4 minutes and 6 seconds.
That's incredible. They have quite a gap and a strong lead here. A strong leading group. It looks like they're comfortable. I don't see them having any kind of trouble with their pedaling or bobbing their head in any abnormal way. It looks like they're fresh.
Yeah, definitely. So we can imagine, I guess, these riders will keep going for quite a bit more right now. Working very, very well together. Yesterday we saw 3 riders go off the front, and with a steep climb right away, they blew up into 3 individual riders. And Heffernan from the cage body wrap team yesterday had to ride 80 kilometers all on his own. I'm sure he would have been happy to have some company like this.
Yeah, he kept looking back. He's like, oh, come on, where are they? Where are they? But I'm sure he was ready for that, and it looked like he was pretty comfortable almost the entire time until he was finally caught, which I think was a goal for him after he had finished that KOM points classification.
Yes, he took the KOM, and then it looks like he slowed down a bit to let the pack swallow him up, and so he could save some energy for the rest of the race.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jersey won for the day and responsibility over, and now he's able to sit in to the pack today, maybe perhaps get some recovery back there. I'm not sure what his role is going to be today, but it'd be interesting to see what he does toward the end there.
Yep, so just following this breakaway, one of the riders I'm personally rooting for is the Korean national champion, Jae-bin Yoon there. He has a special jersey because he won the national championship of Korea last year, and he will have to defend that jersey in 2 weeks. All the countries hold their national championships.
Right.
And so we'll see those jerseys on the shoulders of different riders if this race were held in a month.
Yeah, even though he's on technically a Thai team, a team out of Thailand, he will still come back to South Korea to compete in his local national race.
Yes, and that Rouge Eye team, they have a lot of riders from different nationalities, so I suppose that'll be a busy weekend for them, sending the riders all back to their home countries to win.
Yes, exactly.
Or try to win.
Yeah, we can say they're going to win. I mean,
this team
they've got
Yukio
3.
rider, he's been on the front by himself like almost the whole time with Casebo.
Yes.
They are sharing the pacemaking and just trying to not let that gap get too big.
Yes. This would be their... I would imagine this is going to be one of their good time trial riders.
Yeah.
Team
Behind
Yukio.
them, there's 4 St. George riders lined up. So
Ah.
I wonder if they're planning to attack or help with the pacemaking. But 4 St. George riders are also lined up there at the front of the race.
So perhaps they're just looking to limit their losses on this. Team Ukyo is definitely going to be in a tight position in a few kilometers as they look toward these undulations that are coming. The climbs actually get a bit bigger as we go through this area in particular, and constant as well. You're only going to have a real good rest when we're 68 kilometers in. That's when they'll have a bit of a rest where they can ride a little bit more flat ground. But before that, it looks like it's just
Coming into
up
some
and down.
big rollers right now, yes.
Yes.
So you can see this view of the ocean from the drone here, and it's low tide right now. That's why it looks like there's no ocean. But
Yeah,
if
the
we were-
water's all gone out
Yes.
to sea.
So if we come back later, we'll see that because the ocean's so shallow here, it'll come back in and fill up all those gaps, cover all the sand and mud.
That's right. A lot of the times when the tide goes out like that, you'll see in specific areas, you'll see Korean people that go out onto that mud with long boots and gloves and buckets, and they'll collect sea life that's hanging out in the mud there. Sometimes it's crab that they collect, and they'll take it home and cook it and eat it.
That sounds delicious.
It
New version of fishing.
it
Clamming.
is. is for sure, and there are so many local seafood markets around the bigger cities. You can go and grab some of this some of the seafood, and even in those areas you can go to restaurants that are very close, and they will understand that you just bought the local seafood, and they'll cook it for you.
Oh wow, that sounds really cool.
Yes. And another thing about this area and South Korea in general is it's really not that expensive. The cost of living isn't expensive, relatively speaking to, larger countries and close countries like Japan or Australia or even countries far away like the U.S. and countries in Europe. It's not relatively expensive here.
Yeah, so people are able to go out, enjoy going out to restaurants, I think more frequently they are in a lot of countries in the West,
Exactly.
in Europe or North America.
Exactly.
The riders at the back of the pack here just taking advantage of the slow pace to stock up on water and food. We saw a rider just there from the Hong Kong Sports Institute, and now we have a rider from Korea Business Cycling who looks like he wants to drop back and get some water bottles, probably for his teammates as well as himself. These riders taking on, just cruising along, but the breakaway will also be focused on making sure they get enough water as well as fuel. As we've been saying the past few days, like recently, in recent years in cycling, there's been big improvements in information about nutrition for the riders. So a lot of them are trying to eat as much as 100 plus grams of carbohydrate per hour. They mostly do this through eating power gels. And we can see two of the riders just now taking down power gels. Jae Bin Yoon from the Rouge Eye team and number 142 from the Chengdu Wheeltop Rotor team, just taking in some power gel to keep their energy stores high.
They would
number
have
142 is Timofey Ivanov, just taking in
Correct.
some food.
Correct. They would have just passed by about 2 kilometers ago that German village that I was speaking of. That's in the northeastern portion of this southern part of the island. And
No time for a quick beer schnitzel today.
perhaps when they finish this race, they can jump over there and let their team DS at least grab a beer.
Yes, it'll be interesting to know what the riders are eating at this race, because there's a lot of different kinds of foods in Korea, but I would think some of the riders are conservative and they want to eat what they eat normally.
I would think so too, but you got to think they're in this region. It's very countryside around here.
It might not be easy to get the food they're used to.
I would imagine not. They would potentially have to stay in a bigger city or in an area that has more local food.
Or cook themselves, perhaps.
Yes. But there are also a lot of riders from Southeast Asia that have roughly similar tastes in their food. I know that Malaysia and Thailand, perhaps, they have some similar dishes.
Well, they also eat spicy food and they eat a lot of seafood.
That's
so that
right.
would help them be adjusted to the Korean cuisine more quickly, I think.
That's right.
The peloton here just cruising along, seemingly content to let that breakaway go. Now the gap has stretched all the way out to 4 minutes and 37 seconds. So we're seeing the green jersey here even taking on some water himself.
Yes.
So that is Liam Walsh from the Cage Body Wrap team. Just having a chat here, probably trying to think, okay, what's our strategy for today? Or am I just are we gonna let this breakaway go? They have a rider up there, so I think they have no responsibility to chase. They'll just have to wait and see if the other teams decide to bring it back or not.
Yeah, that's right. He's taking on a lot of food there and taking on a lot of water, and looks like an ice pack. And looks like he's got a team car or a
Yeah, that was their
manager
team car.
Yeah, there you go. Coming up behind, just giving him some words.
Yeah, this is a rider from the Tarangu cycling team now, doing the same thing, taking on some water, taking on some food. We'll see if he gets an ice sock as well.
Yeah,
I think the ice socks thing, I mean, you'd need to be able to do that, make ice socks. You need a lot of staff really to support a cycling team. Because the day before this race, you're going to be making ice socks, filling bottles, mixing sports drinks, making sure all the riders' bikes work, all the clothes are clean and pinned up. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scene to make sure that this race can run smoothly for all the teams.
Yes, and a lot of the times those team helpers or assistants or DSs, they will get a lot less sleep than the riders will. The riders will be told to ride their bikes, get off, have a meal, and get rested.
Yes.
And try to recover. The DSs will try to take care of everything that they can. Yes, they're not exerting themselves physically on the bike, but trust me, this job, I've done a lot of assistance work for our own team. There was a time when I was off the bike for a few weeks at a time, and I would just help out with races. It's a lot of work.
Yes.
You've got to make sure that the bikes are working properly. They would probably have a mechanic with them who's taking care of that. And the mechanics will stay up until 2, 3 a.m. in the morning trying to make sure the bikes are working, especially if the riders have crashed or had any major issues or need to have a bike changed for whatever reason. The staff will stay up late to maybe take apart a bike or build a new one. So many things could happen.
Oh, here's the pack now
There
going
you
by
go.
the German village.
There you go.
So those were some pictures of Korean workers who were working in mines and working as nurses in Germany in the 1960s, who then moved back to Korea, and they thought they'd make a German village to remind them of where they had been for so long.
Yes, it's called Dogil Mal. Dogil is the word for Germany, and Mal means village.
Yes, exactly.
So for all you Germans out there who may be watching, your country's name in Korea is Dogil.
Got it. That was Do Yoon Kim right there from the LX cycling team. That's one of Korea's top domestic racing teams. Just getting some ice socks and water and advice, I think, from his director sportif, who is a very famous Korean cyclist. Jang Sun-jae is his name. Multi-time winner of medals at races like the Asian Games. And just Peloton here cruising along. Team Yukio taking responsibility for the pacemaking. They have 2 riders up there. And pretty much every time the camera has been on the front of the Peloton, we've seen one of those 2 guys at the front setting the pace. So they do not have an easy job either. There's only 6 riders allowed per team in this race. And Team Yukio is going to be using these 2 guys right now. They're probably going to be saving other riders to help with the pacemaking later on.
It doesn't look like there are a lot of teams represented by the South Korean teams here in the front. I do see the Casebo rider, but I'm not seeing too many of the other South Korean riders. Perhaps they're going to rely on these teams, especially the team with the GC rider, the yellow jersey, to take the responsibility at the front and do the chasing for them, so they'll have more energy at the end of the race.
Yes, cycling, formulating the strategy is always a bit of a gamble. I remember that when I first started racing, I always wanted to be a rider in the breakaway. And then I realized later on I was more of a sprinter, and I had to get used to the idea of saving my energy, and even if there was a break, not going to the front, not trying to chase, but focusing on saving my energy for the finish.
That's right. And also, I ran into quite similar thoughts. I'm not a sprinter at all. There was a time when I could sprint when I was younger. Usually when you're younger, you have more fast twitch muscle fibers, and as you get older, you tend to lose those, and you are stuck with slow twitch muscle fibers. As time went on, I became much more of a climber or endurance rider. Too heavy for the really long, hard, difficult climbs. But yeah, same as you. I kind of had to realize in the opposite way that I wasn't going to be finishing races very well. I was going to have to make moves in the middle or maybe toward the end, but not at the end.
So now these riders getting onto the hillier portion of the course again. They're rolling along the coast, lots of twists and turns and small ups and downs. The first major climb, the KOM, the first KOM for today is going to be Sangjuhyun Goge, or Sangjuhyun Pass. That tops out at 54.8K to go, so they got about 14 kilometers before that first King of the Mountain. And interestingly, since there's 3 King of the Mountain points today, and one of them is a Category 2, if this breakaway stays away to the finish and somebody wins all 3, then they would be winning the King of the Mountains jersey.
That's right. You saw yesterday Heffernan just naturally being out in the breakaway. Perhaps that was a strategy for them. But naturally being out in the breakaway, he was able to take that KOM jersey in just that day.
Right.
One day. After other riders had taken 2 days to try to figure out the King of the Mountains jersey.
But except for the Category 2 climb today, there's a Category 3 and a Category 4. Those points will all be swept up by these riders if that break is able to stay in front over all the KOMs.
Yeah, I guess it's 13 more kilometers until we get to that KOM. And this is This is, as you said, a category 3, so it's not the most points you can get for the King of the Mountains jersey today. The most points you can get comes at 3.9 kilometers to go. That's a category 2.
Yes.
And
So
then the stage finishes on a KOM.
that's a category 4 climb, it looks like.
Yes, and that is exactly at the finish.
So we will know today who takes the King of the Mountains jersey, but we won't know till the finish of the race.
So it could be a really good tactic for those, as we see those in close contention for the KOM points. Sinjek and our rider from Keish Body Wrap.
Yes,
who is in the breakaway.
Heffernan and Kim Euro is also in there from the LX team.
Exactly. So those riders will all be thinking about competing for these KOM points, and potentially they're waiting for that time to really chase this breakdown. They're waiting for these riders to get a little more tired, and eventually toward the end of the race they'll say, okay, it's time. They put their domestiques on the front, chase them down as quickly as they can. By the time they get to that category 2 climb, they're going up the climb with just a small gap remaining, and their King of the Mountains contender can then hopefully stay at the front of the group and grab those points.
Yes. So if you're just joining us today, this is the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026, and we are on stage 4 of 5. Today's race is in Namhae. It is the Queen stage with the most climbing, the most difficult climbs. So it's the last chance for the riders to do a GC shakeup. My name is Derek Lon. I'm one of the commentators today.
I'm
And
Daniel Marquardt, and I'm the other commentator.
Thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the coverage. So the other thing I think I could see happening today is because none of these riders are GC contenders in this break, they could let them go, and then the riders who are in contention for GC could have their own separate race later, meaning they wait till those last climbs and then they battle it out, try to get their own times. They might not need to chase these guys down, as they could wait. Even if these guys finish 5 minutes in front, they still won't win the GC.
That's potentially going to happen, but I do think that this KOM jersey is going to be one that they're going to think about, because obviously there are 5 riders in this break here. It's not that many. And if one rider is motivated to take all of those KOM points, then it's finished today.
Right.
And the teams who don't have a GC position or a GC hopeful, the yellow jersey hopeful, that's what I mean by GC, they'll want to put their rider toward the front. They'll want to grab that jersey, or at least put their rider in contention to get that jersey, so that they have something coming out of this tour at the end.
Yes. So
And
good camera angle here to illustrate the steepness of the roads here in Namhae.
Yes.
So you can see the riders coming out over the top of one of these rollers with a beautiful view of the ocean in the background, and the riders behind that Yukio rider at the front all getting out of the saddle to maintain their pace. So these climbs are getting steep. I think upwards of 10% on several of these rollers will be expected.
And this was actually, I believe this is getting toward one of the longest climbs of the day. This is going to be, let me just check here. Yeah, 1.85 kilometers at 6.9% is a climb that we're looking at right in this region. It rises 127 meters, which, by mountain standards isn't really that much, but in this race, it's one of the longest climbs, and that should set the field apart, or at least make riders tired.
Yes, for sure. We could see some attacks blowing off there, or some riders coming off the back. Yeah, it looks like the pack is starting to try to maybe bump up the pace a little bit. They've taken 3 seconds out of the breakaway just now. So perhaps they are trying to get serious about reeling them in.
Yes, I think so. I think before they were just riding at the front, trying to keep the pace relatively high. They know that the breakaway riders were fresh in the beginning, and they'll slowly wear out as they rotate through. And the breakaway riders will have a lot less energy as time goes on. They'll get tired. Their legs will start to stiffen up, They don't have near the amount of rest that the pack riders have. So it'll be easier to chase them down as the time goes on. But you can see here there are a lot of corners. You can see the slotted road too, where they let the rainwater through.
Yes, so that's something for the riders to watch out for, isn't it?
Yes, the road looks like the pavement looks like it's new enough that it'll still be relatively sticky. But as time goes on, those little slots, they can become a little more. It feels like your tires are basically waving underneath you. It just reduces your traction ever so slightly, and gives you a little bit of an unsure feeling. But still, it's very sticky. These riders probably won't be worried about it. They'll be used to it. So.
And we'll see if Yoon Jae-bin, our Korean national champion, is able to use some of this home course knowledge to his advantage today. He's probably been the one to have pre-ridden the courses the most.
Yes, and likely even raced on these courses.
Yes.
As we get toward the south end of the island, we're going to come by some beaches, some really famous beaches from this area. One of them is called Sangju Beach. That's the most popular and most well-known beach. They have some water sports that go on there. I used to come down here. My friend who I rode motorcycles with would bring jet skis down here, and we'd jet ski out to the islands. And even at some point, we did some fishing for cuttlefish.
Wow.
Which is it looks like a squid.
Sounds like
basically.
a blast.
And
delicious.
Yes, I didn't catch any cuttlefish myself. He caught them all, but we brought them back to the shore, and then he would cut them up and mix them with ramen, what they call here ramyeon, and spicy. You get the seafood taste in there, and also some of that ink would go into the ramen, so it would turn it black.
Oh, wow. So spicy cuttlefish ramen. Sounds delicious, though.
Yes. Anyway, the beaches are really frequented by a lot of local tourists here, a lot of Korean tourists, and even international tourists as well. One of the funny things about beach life here is Koreans usually wear all of their clothes to the beach, even in the water. You won't see a lot of swimsuits and exposed skin from men or women. Most of that is because they like to protect their skin from the sun.
Yes, so they wear something called a rash guard, which protects their body from the sun.
Right, the rash guard.
Yeah.
That's right. And it still provides that outdoor beach style look for them. So
Right.
It's very fashionable.
Rider number, I think it's 126 here from the Isan team. He's been riding consistently, taking good pulls. That is Kito Kamiya from Japan. And I think his team will be pleased. We haven't seen them in any of the breakaways so far. They'll be happy to have a rider up there. And right now we're coming by what is called it's sort of like a national park. It's a national recreational area, and these are designated protected forests, but they also have facilities for people to stay overnight and enjoy the beautiful nature. And the other thing they have here is what's called the Sully Skywalk. So they've built a raised platform that goes out over the ocean with a glass bottom so that you can really enjoy a nice view of the nature. There's also another famous temple here called Bodhi Am that's perched on the side of a cliff. The mountain is called Gumsan Mountain. This is a very historic Buddhist temple known for its panoramic views of the ocean and surrounding islands.
Yeah, you can actually take a hiking trail up there. It's not too long. It's really good for novice hikers. They're showing on the screen here that platform with the glass bottom that you were talking about. That is incredible.
Yep.
I've actually never been there. I think it's new.
Wow, we'll have to take a trip down here and do some riding.
That's right. And as I was saying, novice hikers, avid hikers, anybody who wants can go from sea level, practically sea level, up to the top of this mountain where this temple rests. It's really interesting to go to the temples. You can actually do temple stays in Korea. Many of you may have heard of this. You can stay overnight in a temple and basically live like a monk does. So they wake you up at a certain time in the morning. I think it's 3 a.m. You wake up and you pray. go back to sleep, wake up in the morning again and pray, and you eat the local food, which is vegetarian. It's most of those, or I think all of the monks are vegetarian. So
Sounds like that would be a really cool experience.
yes, I think so. I think for many of you looking to come to Korea and tour and potentially ride your bicycle, you could hire a hotel or a minbak as they call it, which is basically a small house where you have a flat floor to sleep on. They give you some cushions and pillows and blankets. You could leave your bike there for a day, go up to and do a temple stay at Boryam, potentially. I'm not sure if they have temple stays right now, but potentially you could do that and then come back down, grab your bike, ride the rest of the island, go stay in another hotel somewhere.
Get a really good cultural experience.
For sure. Local food, local monk life.
Yes. So we're just following this breakaway. It's just the same situation on the road still. Now we're over halfway through this race, or just about halfway through. 60K to go, and they have a 5.5 minute gap. So compared to yesterday, they still actually have quite a bit of a bigger gap than Heffernan was allowed on his own yesterday. So we'll see. 60K and 5.5 minutes. We'll see if the peloton is able to reel them in.
Yeah, they're starting to look like potentially they've been doing a lot of work. They're still concentrated, still not bobbing too much. When you start to see their pedal strokes become labored and more boxy, that's when you can tell they're getting tired. Their upper body will start moving around a little bit more. Right now, it looks like they're really smooth.
Yes,
So-
they all still look like they're feeling all right. So
Exactly. Good point.
I think they've all been rotating through smoothly, allowing each other to save energy while still contributing to the pacemaking.
That's right. But still, on the front, Team Ukyo.
Yes,
What are they going to do?
taking responsibility as the team of the yellow jersey?
It looks like this Ukyo rider is basically doing a time trial,
Yes.
trying to catch these riders. And now LX has put riders on the front. As you know, or as you may know, Yuro Kim, or Kim Yuro, as they say here, is in contention for that KOM classification. So he really needs to be at the front. He really needs to be in contention when this Category 2 climb comes, where there are 10, 8, 6 points available for respective positions. He needs to take these points and secure that KOM jersey.
Yep.
And not only that, but also think about that uphill finish at the end. He is a puncher. He is an all-around rider. He could potentially take these climbs.
Yes, for sure. They're going to want to get him positioned. I think for this first KOM, though, it's coming up in just 6 kilometers now. So on the screen now, we have the Sangju Silver Beach.
Yes, which I had mentioned just before. So that is that really popular beach you can see here. They do set a limit for how far out you can go, because sometimes there can be some really common sea life here, like jellyfish. So they set that barrier there, and they keep those out for the swimmers. It's a really warm beach in the summertime. So amazing to go swimming there, because you can look out and see the islands, and you can also rent tubes from the local shop there. You can rent some buoys or things to float on and really enjoy that relaxing area. There are so many accommodations around, and like I said, Boryam Temple is just down the street, or I should say up the street, because it's on a mountain.
Yes.
You can drive up to Boryam Temple too. You don't have to hike to it.
Or you could ride a bike up there.
Oh, you could ride. Well, I think maybe you can ride a bike up there. I'm not sure if they allow the bicycles on that road that goes up to Boryam Temple. But everything around it, which these riders are going to do, and you will see in this, you can ride.
Now we have the LX team on the front. About 10 kilometers ago, you might have noticed that rider Do Yun Lim from the LX team was back talking to his director sportif. So it looked like he gave him some instructions that you guys need to get to the front and start chasing. I don't want this break to go to the finish. Let's try
right.
to get the KOMs, but if they stay away, they're going to get them all.
That's what I was predicting. I think where there are riders that have a potential to grab a jersey or to have some kind of result in this race, we're talking about the whole tour, not just this day. They're going to put their domestiques on the front. They're going to try to chase this down. They don't want this to happen.
No, certainly not. So Peloton stretching out, but they're losing more time. The gap is almost up to 6 minutes now.
You can see the
So it
team
looks
car
like they're
flying
it looks
around.
like they're sending some more team cars up to the breakaway.
Oh yeah, and it's getting strung out. The riders. It looks like there are gaps here on the back.
Yeah.
Is that right? The riders aren't pedaling too much. Maybe it's not a gap.
I don't know if anybody's been dropped yet.
No.
It looks like a big pack altogether still, but they've yet to hit any of these categorized climbs. So I
Right.
think the attrition will really happen more later.
Okay.
Rider number 42
sense.
here from Case Body Rep, just taking his turn on the front. That's Noah Blannon, and that team has been active in all the breakaways. So he'll be wanting to contribute, but not use too much energy because he'll have to also think about trying to take some of these KOM points as well as attack and fight to the finish. So they're just rolling through that KOM sign. We have 57K to go, and the top of the KOM is at 54.8 kilometers to go. So this is now going to be a gradual uphill to 170 meters of elevation. It's called Sangju-hyun Goge, or Sangju-hyun Pass.
Yes, you had mentioned Noah Blannon. He's 20 years old. He's in his 5th season, and just this year he was 2nd in the national championships.
For the under 23s, I would assume.
Yeah.
Still a good rider. That Case Body Rep team has a lot of strong Australians represented here today. It's nice to see them racing here. I think they'll get some UCI points, get themselves in front of a lot of international teams to maybe let those young riders upgrade, maybe move to Europe or other teams in Asia.
Yes, this is always a good launch pad for that. It's a lot of the teams will be looking at this, or the riders will at least be able to place this in their resume.
Yes. So I think strategically the riders are on the right side of the road now to ride in the shade provided by these trees, because this sun is going to be beating down on them. It's not too hot yet, but that sun can take a toll on your body.
That's right. When you're doing climbs in South Korea, the sun can get pretty hot, and there are a lot of trees on the side of the road. It's not like places like Dubai where you don't have any cover. There is cover in a lot of places, as you can see. And it's a good strategy if you're trying to set KOM times or trying to reach PRs or go really fast and stay cool. It's a strategy to move to different sides of the road so that you can take advantage of that shade, because just a little bit of coolness on your body can really make a huge difference in your overall time up these climbs or in a race.
Yes, for sure. So they're on a long climb right now, but it doesn't look like they've decided to change their strategy. Nobody is attacking. They are just keeping up their steady pace making, and I think they'll probably leave it till they get close to the top to fight it out for these KOM
I
points.
think so.
They wouldn't want to risk dropping any members of the group who could be contributing to the pacemaking later on.
Yes, and I also think that they would understand in this breakaway, they would understand that the field behind is going to get more and more motivated to chase them down as time goes on. So they will also increase their efforts as time goes on, but not so much as to go into the red zone and put themselves in danger of being dropped. That's the worst thing that can possibly happen to any of these riders in the breakaway, is they can get dropped. If they don't have the representation for their team, then their team has the responsibility to put all of their domestiques on the front to try to chase it down. So the most important thing for each of these riders here is to manage their effort and not do too much, but do just enough to stay away for the total distance that they have left. And they will have most likely a cycling computer that tells them the distance that's remaining. They'll have the course loaded up on their cycle computer. That helps them also understand what corners are coming up. When they're descending especially, they want to know how sharp corners are going to be, so they'll switch to the map setting. They can look at the road ahead. They can also, in Garmin and Wahoo, I believe, they have a mountain tracker where they can see how many mountains they have remaining, how much elevation is in each one, how much distance they have from where they are on the course currently to where those mountains are each, and also how long those mountains will be in distance. So they can really use all of those measures. You can see them most of the time. They're going to be looking down at their computers to see what's going on, because all of this data is really important to use.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. So they're just coming up. You can see the top of the climb there now. So that will be, it looks like they got only a couple hundred more meters left to go. Nobody's attacking just yet, just maintaining a steady pace and climbing.
Yeah, and it looks like teams behind are not able to bridge this gap at all. There's no possibility of doing this for this lesser Category 3 climb. It's not enough points to really draw out that kind of attention. I think the pack behind, the main peloton, those riders are going to be looking to catch up by the time we hit that Category 2 climb, which is going to come at just 3.9 kilometers remaining in the race. So we have quite a long way until we get to that point. They have a lot of kilometers to close this 5.5-6 minute gap that they've been gaining.
So just 100 meters remaining now. No attacks, no action yet. That's just the riders from the Chengdu Rotor Wheeltop team just keeping the pace. Are they going to try to take it? It looks like Cage Body Wrap is trying to come around the outside.
There he goes.
But they're going for it. Oh, he's going to take it.
Easily takes that, yes.
So that was Noah Blandon from the Cage Body Wrap team, I think strategically taking those points to ensure that his teammate from yesterday, William Heffernan, can still keep his lead in the King of the Mountains.
Great point. Great point. One of you had asked a question here. Do we also have...
Do we cast gravel races?
Yes.
We would love to. Please invite us.
Yeah. Well, first of all, gravel hasn't really taken off here in South Korea, unfortunately. There's a little bit of... there are a couple of reasons for that, but most of it has to do with the kind of infrastructure here and the kind of terrain that we have in South Korea. There are really great roads that you could potentially put gravel races on, like jeep trails and a little bit smoother roads, but unfortunately most of the land is not flat. You can see everything's undulating here. Everything's fairly steep. You need to move toward the middle of the country to find more flat land. So it's a matter of finding that. And also there's another factor is in that the houses here, the homes, are usually pretty small in comparison to Western countries where they have standalone homes, not apartments. And even the apartments in Western countries are a bit bigger. So being that they're small, usually riders can only keep 1 to 2 bikes in their apartments or in their homes. So they generally won't have a second gravel bike. The good thing about gravel bikes is they can be dual purpose. So some riders are picking up on that, and they're just buying an extra set of wheels that they can then swap out. They'll have road tires on one set of wheels with really light wheels. And then the other set, they'll have wider rims that have gravel tires on them. So that's becoming a thing, but it's happening very, very slowly.
Yes, but it's definitely, there's fire roads, there's off-road riding that could be done on a gravel bike, but it can also be done on a mountain bike. So you'll find a good off-road riding scene in Korea, but it's more on the mountain bike side.
Yes. Another person asked, where is this at? And that answer came right after that. It is South Korea. We're down in the southernmost portion of South Korea on an island called Namhae. It's a really famous island for tourism, and there are a lot of inhabitants in Namhae, native inhabitants here that are here for farming or here just because they're
fishermen,
fishermen. They've been here for generations, and their families have all grown up here. They have established their life and their generational families here. So yeah, it's a really, really beautiful place to be, and it's very easy to get to as well.
This race is called the Tour de Gyeongnam. So Gyeongnam is a province in Korea, and so this race is taking place in different cities in Gyeongnam province, one of which is Namhae, and all the other places we've raced, Gojae, Tongyeong, Sachon, and tomorrow Changwon, those are all also cities in Gyeongnam province.
Yeah, Gyeongnam is the most southeastern province in South Korea. So it is the home of Busan, which is the second largest city in Korea. It's a major port city. And Busan also has a larger airport as well that you can fly in and out of internationally.
So looking at this, the peloton has yet to reach the top of the KOM. We can see they're 6 minutes behind, so that might be why. They still have over a kilometer to go till they reach the top of that King of the Mountain.
It looks to me like they're going faster, though. Much, much faster than the breakaway was going. And so I'm curious to see whether that time gap, the 5 minutes 56 seconds, is correct or whether that's come down. And I think it's come down quite a bit. So let's see.
So second place on that KOM was rider 142 and rider number 145. Those were guys from the wheel-top rotor Chengdu team. Timofey Ivanov and Andrei Stepanov took second and third there on the KOM. But I don't believe that they have any KOM points yet, so everybody will be starting from nothing. But I think they might be thinking, okay, if we're going to fight this out to the end of today, we can take it all. So that's why they're going to be trying to fight on these King of the Mountains.
Yes.
But I think with 50 kilometers to go for now, the riders in that break will be thinking about, let's try to get closer to the finish before we really start attacking each other and fighting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right now, the breakaway would most likely be on this flatter section. I think they're going to be cruising along this flatter section. It's either got a decline of around 0.6%, which is nothing, or an incline of 1 to 2% maximum. So they'll be basically on a flat here for a little while until it starts to kick up again. And after it starts to kick up, it never stops. It just keeps going up and down and up and down until basically the finish of the race, about 5 to 6.
Look at this Team Leaning Star on the front, though. They have 4 riders on the front of the peloton now, really bearing down.
That means that is 4 of their 6 riders. That means their yellow jersey and potentially the yellow jersey's main domestique, who will support him until the end of the race, are the only ones who are not representing on the front there,
Yes.
on the very front of the race.
Oh, this is Leaning Star, not the...
it's-
not Yu-Gi-Oh! So
Sorry about that,
interestingly,
yeah.
these guys, I think they might be thinking they want to take the yellow jersey
Yes.
today.
Yes.
But yes, they're just pounding down this climb. We'll see. We haven't gotten an update on the time in a little while. I think we'll probably get one soon. Now that both groups have gone over the top of this climb, and see if the peloton has maybe made any inroads into this breakaway or not.
Yeah, so one thing that I was trying to get at there with Leaning Stars, Simon Pelaud is just 2 seconds off of the GC position. So, but yeah, very good point. Team Ukyo should be also at the front there protecting their yellow jersey rider. You do have that competition very, very close. I mean, for a tour, it's just 45 seconds gap to 8th place. Only 15 seconds gap from 1st place to 7th place. So those top 7 riders there, and 2 of them being from Leaning Star, I think that's the reason why they're sitting on the front there. They need to keep those riders in contention for this yellow jersey.
Yes, those guys are also thinking could be my day. Let's get to the front and let's light up, make some fireworks now that there's going to be some hills.
Yes, in the finishing area, someone asked about, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, look at this average speed, 44K an
That's
hour.
incredible. That is so fast, especially for having this much climbing. I mean, I've been surprised every day about this. They're really, really going fast in this race.
I think it's a combination of the ideal weather. Last year's Tour de Gyeongnam was hotter, I think, than this.
I think so.
So that might have slowed the riders down a little bit.
It is really ideal. There's a lot of different kinds of motivation because this race has been set up so well. The sprint points have been placed at such great locations for them to really excite the race, and the KOM points as well. And it's really funny here, funny in a good way. The end of this stage has 2 KOM points within 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers.
That sounds painful.
And one of them is a Category 2, the other one's a Category 4, but that Category 2 being the most significant of the KOM points of this entire race. And that Category 4 being the last one possible that they can potentially take points on. So I think that strategic placement by the course designer or the race officials is definitely going to light up this race at the end.
That makes sense for sure. So these guys are coming through the feed zone right now. So they'll be looking for their team staff to grab some bottles and food before it gets over. So you can see they've placed the feed zone on a gradual uphill so that it's a little bit slower, easier for the riders to grab bottles of food. But I think the staff, it's a long one. It's 2 kilometers that they have for the feed zone. So I think they've placed staff maybe a little bit closer to the end.
You would have
to
seen
give them the food.
Yes, exactly. You would have seen, to go along with what you're saying, in the Grand Tours, a lot of the times they'll have flatter stages. They don't have climbs in some of these stages where they can set up long feed zones. So they'll just set them up on the flats, and then riders coming by at 50 kilometers an hour trying to grab a 500-gram bottle.
Not simple.
That's a lot of force
Yes.
to happen all at once. There is a strategic way to hold a bottle out for a rider. I like to hold it from the cap with 2 fingers on the sides of the bottle, and if you're looking at it from a rider's perspective, the sides of the bottle, so that they can grab the bottle and it basically just unclips from my fingers as they're going along. But
Let's study the technique of the other teams out here today.
Yes, and the riders will also have their own technique when they're doing that kind of pace, 50 kilometers an hour, where they'll outstretch they won't outstretch their arm too much, but they'll outstretch it a little, where they can then jerk their hand backward so that when the bottle actually touches their hand, it's not coming in with so much force.
Yep. So we can see Jae-bin Yoon there from the Rujai team. He just dropped a bottle, picked up another bottle, and then he picked up an ice pack and threw it in his bag. He threw it in the back of his jersey, and we can see that the rider from Cage Body Rep, Noah Blannon, is doing the same. So I think almost all the riders are getting in these ice packs to help them stay cool.
That's right. And a lot of the times in these bottles, they will have something more than just water. It's these days, coaches are saying as a nutritional first priority, do not put just water in your bottles.
Sure, they need to be able to get carbs and other electrolytes.
That's right. They will have trained their bodies to handle a certain amount of carbs, or at least the maximum amount of carbs that they can. That sweet spot being 120 carbs per hour, 120 grams. It's really hard for recreational and amateur riders to do unless they really train that super hard. But for these riders here who are expending tons and tons of calories and carbohydrates, they can usually take in that much. Their bodies have been trained to handle that.
They have to train their legs and their stomachs as well.
Yes, exactly. And when they finish with the local food here, they can train their stomachs in a different way.
Just look at the grimace on the Yukio rider there on the front of the peloton, going 60k an hour, and he is gritting his teeth trying to get the time gap down on this breakaway. But wow, they're 3 kilometers behind.
This is such an arduous task. I don't see how they're going to be able to pull back this strong breakaway. They've got a national champion in here. They have almost a U23 national champion, a second place rider.
And the 2 Chengdu riders are European, have a lot of European experience with them.
Exactly.
This is not going to be an easy one to chase back.
No.
Now we've got Leaning Star on the front. They've also put what looks like most of their team into this effort to start chasing.
Yeah, and another notable thing there about the Real Top Rotor team is they have strong riders throughout their team who are not doing anything right now because they've got 2 riders in the breakaway.
So they'll be sitting in this pack thinking, okay, if we do catch them, then it's my turn to attack.
At least, yes, exactly. At least they're not coming through and disrupting the chase. So that's a good thing for the Leaning Star riders and Team Ukyo, who's definitely going to have to take responsibility for this at some point, or more responsibility, I should say, to bring this breakaway back.
So yes, we can see the peloton has made some inroads now. They're 5 minutes and 30 seconds, taking about 30 seconds off. The gap was almost 6 minutes at one point. The riders are going into the feed zone now. So you can see they're getting rid of their water bottles so that they can get ready to take on new ones as they go through this feed zone. This should be a little bit chaotic because the whole pack is all together. They are going to, I think, designate some riders to grab bottles and others will skip and maybe get them from the team car. They'll try to position their riders apart from each other, I would imagine, so that they can easily get the things they need from their team staff. This breakaway continuing to charge through the beautiful countryside of Namhae here in the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026. Working together like clockwork. I mean, this is almost like a team time trial level of coordination.
Yes, they are actually riding very close to each other. They look super organized. They look like they have an understood, maybe even unspoken agreement here that they're going to ride well together. They're not going to attack each other, at least not yet, not until the really important KOM points come. And let's see what their gap is like at that point. It's going to be a bit of a climb, but it's not a super long one. So the pack behind the peloton is going to have to catch up to at least within 30 seconds if they're going to want to take the KOM points from these riders, I think. That would be my guess on the amount of time gap that they can have and logically catch these riders by the top of the climb. 30 seconds gap by the base of the climb is probably as large a gap as they should allow that breakaway by the time they get there. And they need to really calculate this from now because they've got, 30 kilometers left until that. A little less than 30 kilometers. If you think on a breakaway like that with 5 men who are really strong and have shown that they can achieve great results, and a lot of those guys being actually climbers too, this group really has to do a lot of work right now. They need to focus, they need to put their heads down, and they need to time trial better than the group up front is.
Yeah, we'll see if the peloton is able to get it together and put some time, grab some time back from those guys.
It doesn't look like it's strung out enough. It looks like everybody's kind of relaxed going through this feed zone. There's a little bit of a washing machine effect as riders on the right grab bottles, but it doesn't look strung out enough to me to show that the front of the race is really trying to chase those riders down, and they need to do it now.
Yeah, so this is the last feed zone of the day. So these guys will be coming through, and then I think they're going to get right to business and try to chase these guys down.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get busy.
With 35 kilometers to go, there's going to be one more hill, a long climb, but that climb is not a categorized climb. So,
Okay.
But it still will probably have an effect of being a tough thing for the breakaway and the peloton to climb over altogether. Now the peloton descending. The feed zone was strategically positioned on a long gradual hill so that it would be easier for the riders to grab their bottles. So they are just flying down this descent. Pack will bunch back up on this uphill, but from here on out there's going to be a bunch of rollers, followed by another long climb that tops out around 35k to go. Right now we're coming by the Namhae American Village.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, we got the Statue of Liberty there. That is beautiful.
I think this was made as sort of a tourist destination, just to make something fun and make some American-style houses looking over at the beautiful ocean down here. Bring some tourists down to enjoy the nice weather and beautiful views of Namhae.
That is really beautiful old-style housing there. It almost looks like, 1950s or 1960s?
Yeah. Got the Statue of Liberty there.
Yes, the Statue of Liberty. That's always nice. A little bit of U.S. representation there. There are some strong ties of South Korea to the U.S. Obviously, there's a huge military presence of the U.S. in South Korea, and the general feeling of that from South Koreans is they feel very protected, and it's a positive feeling. So there's a good relationship there between the U.S. and the South Koreans.
The pack here all together, coming off, still going downhill after that feed zone. Riders just after they grab their bottles, a few of them bridging back up so they don't get dropped. And they are, I think, thinking, all right, the guys at the front are going to drive it, and the other teams, for the most part, are going to want to save their energy and see what they can do at the end.
And we received a comment which says the Peloton guys need to go faster. I am definitely with you on that one. It's I think tactically right now, if you're looking at GC or if you're looking at KOM points, whatever you're looking at right now, the representation in the breakaway is not one that should be taking up all these points. I think there is so many points on the line, and the end of this stage, as you can see from the Ukyo rider here, he can feel that responsibility, all of it himself. And I think more riders need to rotate with him. They need to take that responsibility, and they need to catch this breakaway, because there is just too much on the line here inside this pack, inside this peloton.
Yes, I think they're not going to want to give up those KOM points, and they're going to want to fight it out for the stage win. There's prize money on the line, UCI points, etc. They're not going to easily want to give all that to the breakaway.
Right. If we're looking at the KOM points here, this is probably the most important factor at the end of this stage, because there's just so many points that are remaining with only 4 kilometers remaining in the race at the 4 kilometer to go mark. Right now, William Heffernan from Case Body Wrap is in first place with 11 points. Of course, we would have seen the first KOM points being taken by another Case Body Wrap rider in the breakaway, but right now he is not in contention for the points.
He got 5 points, though, for finishing up on that KOM climb.
So he will have moved into 5th place in the KOM jersey standings, I believe, at this point, which is good, but he still needs another 6 points to then take over that KOM jersey from William Heffernan, his teammate. In second place is Nils Sinchek with 8 points. So it's a 3-point gap between William Heffernan and Nils Sinchek. Also, Kim Muro has 8 points. LX Cycling. Nils Sinchek is on team Leaning Star. So potentially Leaning Star do have a lot of responsibility here to put Nils Sinchek in contention placement, like I said, within 30 seconds of the breakaway by the base of that climb, and potentially Nils could re-secure his top spot in the KOM jersey classification. After Kim Yuro from LX Cycling, who also has 8 points, same as Nils Sinchek, you have Tejbayar Batsaikan from Mongolia. He's on the Rujai Insurance team. He has 6 points. So 5 points away from William Heffernan. If he takes that KOM points here toward the end of the race, he will move himself up into first place.
Wow.
Potentially.
So there's a lot that could go on with this KOM jersey.
There is so much.
Still to go.
10 points for the first one across that KOM classification line, and 8 points for the second, and I believe it's 6 for the third place.
So the riders were just passing through the small town of Namhae, and now they're not a very big town. They just went through downtown, and they're coming out. They're going to start climbing in a little bit, and then they're going to top out with 33K to go. There is the top of the next long climb. So I think they're just getting ready to hit the base of that now. They should be here.
Yes.
They are flying, but they're going downhill, as you can see. There's not really many real flat moments on this course.
No.
It's either slightly uphill, slightly downhill, or steeply uphill or steeply downhill.
And it's going to stay like that until we have about 15K to go. When they hit that 15K to go mark, it'll start to flatten out, and they'll have that flatness for about 3 or 4 kilometers, and then again, you just have that constant up and down until you hit that last huge climb, which is the largest climb of the day. It goes from 9 meters up to 198 meters, 201 meters elevation gain. So almost 200 meters of elevation gain happening just within a kilometer and a
so
half.
That'll be a doozy.
That'll be a doozy. Yeah, good term. To tell you the severity of this climb, 1.74 kilometers of it, 192 meters, as I said before, 11% gradient average.
Wow.
So that's quite a steep climb. And as you get closer to the top of the climb, 1.29 kilometers of that climb, 175 meters elevation gain of that is at 13.6%. So you have a lot less percent at the base of the climb than you do at the top, middle and top.
So now that the peloton seems to have really in earnest started chasing, they have now closed the gap down to 5 minutes and 4 seconds. But with their only 36K remaining, have they left themselves enough time?
And it's 33K until that climb.
Yeah, so
under 30K to go, they really, really need to start moving. They need to be closing about 30 seconds per 5 kilometers, I believe it is, or even faster than that, 30 seconds per 3 kilometers.
So that is not going to be an easy task.
No.
We will see. They might have left it a little bit too late to really start chasing here today.
Yes.
But they're not going to give up. It looks like they're still going to keep going. But it might be, some of them might also just be thinking about maybe we'll just launch our riders for the GC separately and forget the stage win. That's something that could also happen.
It could, but if this gap remains so open like this, yeah, that's a lot of points on the line. So I think it's going to be an all-out chase until we get to the base of that climb, and then after that, you'll see riders kind of just understand that they're going to climb that climb as fast as they can, and that's what they can do. So
yes, at 11%, there's not a whole lot teammates can do to necessarily help each other.
That's right. You're going to see, I think, as this pace starts to increase for the peloton, you'll see that popcorn start, because we're going to go over constant climbs now. There's not going to really be much rest until you get to that 15K to go mark.
Team Yukio on the front here, just keeping the pace steady, trying to club back as much time as they possibly can for their leader. They have the yellow jersey, so they feel like they have responsibility to reel this breakaway in.
You can see the camera shaking there. They're going over speed bumps. The speed bumps are relatively smooth here. They're large speed bumps. They're just meant to take the cars down to about 40, 30 kilometers per hour, especially where there are sections of red painted road, full red painted road through these little building town areas. That means that the speed should be limited down to about 30 kilometers per hour. Sometimes it's 50, but for the most part it's 30 kilometers an hour, so people can cross the street. There are a lot of older folks and also even children in these smaller towns, so it's really important for them to slow cars down.
So these riders now, the peloton just rolling through downtown Namhae themselves,
Yes.
still 5 minutes back of that breakaway crew. So it's their turn to finish up descending and then start on that next climb. The race leaders now are in the thick of that of this next climb, and they have about 1 kilometer more of uphill before they reach the top. That'll probably be the next significant time gap spot, I think, to really tell how much progress the pack is going to be making on them or not.
That's right.
Because the pack, I think, can really make up a lot of time when they go uphill with all these fresh riders to go up and set the pace.
It's such a quaint little town here. It's really beautiful. It's a great place to go ride. I can't say it enough. Namhae is absolutely beautiful. It's a treat for these riders to be able to do this course in this race. I'm sure when they finish, if they were able to look up from the cycle computers or the ground, they will come back and say, wow, that was a really amazing tour.
Yes.
I remember talking to a couple of pro tour riders a few years ago, quite a few years ago now. They mentioned that, the whole time they were riding in the pro tour, it was so fast that they weren't really able to take in too much of the views and really enjoy the cycling. But when they finished their careers, they had all the fitness to go and do all the rides again that they were doing before. And they were like, oh, this actually is really beautiful to be around here. And so maybe these riders are putting in full efforts, and they're not really able to take in the sights and scenery. But many of you watching who may want to come over to this area could do that and could really enjoy these climbs and enjoy the undulation and ride at a more reasonable pace. These guys are absolutely flying.
Yes.
So
somebody just asked who's in the breakaway. That's on the screen right now. But we have two riders from the Chengdu Rotor Wheeltop team out of China. And those two riders are Timanov, Chengdu, number 142 and 145, Timofey Ivanov, and his teammate Andrei Stepanov. We have Jae-bin Yoon, the national champion from Korea, riding for the Rujai Insurance team. And we have rider 126 from the Aisan cycling team. That is Kito Kamiya out of Japan. And the final rider in that group is riding for the Keish Body Wrap team. That is Noah Blanin, rider number 42. And these guys have been away pretty much since the beginning of the race, doing a great job working together, not attacking each other at all, just keeping it steady and trying to roll through. I think all the way to the finish would be their goal. So we have Jae-bin Yoon right now here, really pushing the pace on the front. Keito Kamiya, yeah.
So we didn't touch base on Keito Kamiya from Aisan Racing Team. I'd like to touch base on him. He's for his top results, and very recently actually, he had 7th in the national championships in U23. He's only 19 years old.
Wow, he does look young, I was thinking.
He does.
Fresh out of juniors, joining a breakaway in this UCI Asia Tour race.
Wow, so that means he would have had junior gears until last year, right?
Yeah. So I think the results will be from juniors for the other ones.
Yeah, it should be. But for right now, he's U23 results are his best, which happened really recently in 2025 and 2026. 7th in the national championships in the U23s for the ITT. So he is kind of a TT rider. And then in 2026, he was 10th in the national championships for the ITT again, individual time trial. So it sounds like his most recent big victories have been in time trials, which is good for him. It looks like he's drifting off a little bit though. I wonder what he's doing. Okay.
Well, they were pushing the pace a little bit on the climb. Now they're descending, so they're done with that. They had just had a win over a 3-kilometer long climb, and now they're descending it.
Right.
So
he's probably happy to have these bigger gears at this point. Don't you think?
I imagine, yes.
Getting out of those junior gears. He also had a 21st in the national championships road race in 2025. He's got some good accomplishments in his home country of Japan. He's had multiple results in different tours. And at this point, it looks like he's looking to develop his career even further. At only 19 years old, it looks like he's pretty young.
Got a bright future ahead of him.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're just joining us, this is the Tour de Gyeongnam. We are on stage 4 here in beautiful Namhae. My name is Derek Lon. I'm one of your commentators today.
I'm Daniel Marquardt. I'm the other commentator.
And thank you for joining us for this exciting racing. Right now we're racing a 118K stage. It's the Queen stage of the Tour de Gyeongnam. It has the most mountains, and tomorrow is the final stage, and it's a flat criterium. So we're looking to the finish of today's stage. That'll set up most of the overall classification for these riders.
I think so. One thing about tomorrow's stage is it's going to have corners. They've actually made more corners than they had in previous years. Before, in Changwon, they set it up in downtown Changwon, where it went basically in a big dome building style, not dome, but tower looking formation. It would go around this huge roundabout. I actually did this course in the amateur version of the Tour de Gyeongnam. It goes around this huge roundabout, a massive roundabout, and then comes up and does a U-turn. In tomorrow's course, I believe they're going to have 4 different turns per lap. So they'll have quite a bit of
technical
exactly.
aspects to that course that could affect the outcome.
It'll be like a real criterium. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for clearing that.
But also, if these riders here in this peloton, this is where all the GC riders still are. We can see the yellow jersey. They're in 3rd. If they finish together today, they'll be time bonuses available tomorrow. So it could end up being that if they don't put time gaps on each other today, they'll be fighting it out for the GC tomorrow.
That's right.
We'll just have to wait and see what happens. These riders are now on that 3-kilometer unranked climb right now. You can see the peloton stretching out. Riders are starting to pop off, as we said, like popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn. I like to
blowing
call
up.
it popcorn. Pop, 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 pop. As riders get tired, you can see here a couple riders drifting off the back. One of these larger riders here got an ice pack. He's just looking to get himself over this climb in some decent position that he can chase back on, perhaps on the descent. Ooh, almost getting cut off there by the HKSI rider, Hong Kong rider. But really, they have great instinct. They're able to shift out of the way there. But it looks like we've got some bigger gaps forming here at the back. Perhaps these more tired riders, they've done a little domestique work at the front, perhaps. They're getting shed off the back, and they're basically popping.
We're just getting an update on the time gap over the top of that climb. It's now a 4-minute gap.
Okay, so at the top of your screen there.
Oh, 4:43.
4:43.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if that time gap changes again at the top of the screen.
And one of the riders also got disqualified for holding onto his team car
Oh.
just now.
Ooh. Okay.
So they just put that out on the race radio and said, get off your bike and get in that car now.
Well, they got an extra team bike that they can use in case there's a problem with one of their other riders, I guess.
Big 123, rider number 123.
Okay.
Big top of the moment.
Yeah, so it looks like George Matsui
Wow.
from iSun Racing Team. It looks like that's one of the riders from a rider from the team in the breakaway.
Can't win them all.
Yeah, that's tough.
So, wow, these guys, I think they're going to take it. 4:43, 28K to go.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to get caught.
I don't think so. The gap's not coming down enough, and it looks like the field has already been chasing really, really hard. But I didn't see them. I saw Team Ukyo sitting on the front, but I didn't see them really rotating.
No, I didn't either. So perhaps they just wanted to use one rider's energy, maybe,
Yeah.
and not save the team. Because I think they could be thinking, these guys are not GC threats. Maybe we do just try to battle it out these last 5K.
Right. But then there is Team LX, which has some responsibility to put Kim Yuro in the climber's jersey. There's also potentially, if they're not too confident, which we've already seen he's been able to do it, Cage Body Wrap with their KOM William Heffernan to keep his jersey. He did a lot of work yesterday, though, so potentially they're thinking, okay, let these 5 riders take up most of the points, and that way Heffernan can take a break. Potentially there won't be somebody who takes over completely on those points, but somebody's going to get the 10 points, and they're going to have to be really confident with their rider who's in the breakaway now to be able to take that.
Yes, we'll see if he's able to do it. Looks like Li Ning Star here on the front, putting down some power. They are not satisfied, I would think, with this breakaway. They don't have a rider, and they have second place on GC, so they're going to want to bring things back together so they can both fight for the stage win and for the GC points.
Yeah, for Simone Palaud.
Points as well. Simon Palaud was in the green jersey previously, so in a shorter stage race like this, the rider who wins the overall GC, if he's feeling good, he can go potentially for both the points jersey and the GC.
Yeah, just 2 seconds on GC, and yeah, he's just 15 points, so he's about 9 points away from the sprinter jersey as well.
Yes. So these riders just riding through beautiful Namhae here. Lots of nice wildflowers and scenery, beautiful mountains, ocean views, but I don't think they're going to have much time to enjoy their view. As you mentioned, this has very nice cycling courses, and it's a popular place for riders from all over Korea to come down and just go for a beautiful bike ride. But Ling Ning Star just putting on the pressure now. I think they've sort of taken over from Team Ukyo, haven't they?
Yes.
Most of that pace making.
I think so. I think they're feeling all the responsibility now, or perhaps they've received word from their DS or from their GC rider contender that they need to hit the front and they need to stay there, and they need to start rotating.
Yes.
Because this is too much of a gap, not for the GC, but it's too much of a gap for those points to be soaked up for potentially them getting another jersey. But at the same time, there's no real reason that they need to be too worried about the GC at this point in this group. I don't think this group is going to be a contender for the GC.
Yep. These guys are hitting another hill now, another unranked but long hill. So looks like they're starting to go up it right now. So we'll see if they're able to keep this pace. There's a lot of... This is not an easy course.
No.
There's 3 ranked climbs, but many, many more that are unranked. So this one is also looking like it's going to be over a kilometer or 2 long.
Right.
With multiple rollers inside of it that'll make them think they're at the top when they're really not.
Right, and then after they finish this, they'll come down a pretty decent descent, and then again, boom, climbing up, pretty steep climb, and then it'll roll on from there, and they'll eventually get to this 4-kilometer section of flatness, where they can not take a rest, but at least it'll be flat. It won't be uphill. And after that 4-kilometer flat section, then it's boom, 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 3 climbs in a row. The third one being that big Category 2 points classification for the KOM. And then finally, after the descent off that, you have your very last and short Category 4 climb to the finish.
Yes, either way, this will be an exciting finish. Whether the pack comes together or not, this will be the only uphill finish of the race.
That's right. And tomorrow being basically pan flat.
Right.
You won't see any more of this climbing attrition.
So it looks like a few riders have been spit out the back of the peloton. They've made their own group. So we just got word that there's sort of a gruppetto starting to form. I think these riders will be thinking, all right, we need to make it to the finish within the time cut and save our energy for the sprint stage tomorrow.
That's right.
So that's the chief commissaire's car who's leaving them behind, saying, I'm supposed to be following the main pack. You guys are not going to be catching up to the pack, I don't think, so I'm going up to the main pack to join them.
That's right. They would have gotten most likely a 30-second gap between them and the peloton. So
Peloton is not small, though. Look, it's still got a lot of riders in there.
No, it's definitely not small. Most of the teams are staying relatively together. Their domestiques perhaps would have dropped off the back, but with 25 kilometers left, they need to be careful not to lose too much time.
Yeah. The team we've seen stick together the best at the front throughout this day has been St. George. They've been in the top 10 with 4 or 5 riders very, very consistently, but not necessarily putting their riders on the front.
I agree with that. They do look really strong, and even though they're not sitting on exactly the front, they're really actually providing a great drafting potential for the riders behind. So them riding at the front of the pack is an advantage for the whole pack, actually.
Somebody asked in the questions, are there time bonuses at the finish? So there are time bonuses at the finish, but they're relatively small. But they are still big enough that it would affect the GC with the top 10 riders being so close together.
They would affect the GC riders if the GC riders were at the front of the race.
Yeah, so
But
at the stage finish, first place gets 10 seconds, second place gets 6, and third gets 4.
There you go.
So if they fight it out for the win, and then that would have an effect on the GC.
But they need to catch the breakaway first.
Right.
If they don't catch the breakaway, those points are basically just going into the wind.
Yep.
If you will, because the riders out front don't really, if they get those points, or I should say bonus seconds, it's not really changing the GC standings, the yellow jersey standings.
Nope. So we will see what they decide to do. I have a feeling that those last 2 really steep climbs are going to rip the peloton to shreds no matter what, though.
Yeah, rip the breakaway and the peloton both.
Although that breakaway, they've been out so long, it'd be great to see them all at least finish in the top 5.
Yes.
Get
I
some
agree.
kind of a reward for their hard efforts.
Well, look at the time gap now. 3 minutes, 41 seconds, so it is coming down.
It has come down, yes, so that they just took off a minute, didn't they?
I believe...
This is going to come down to the wire, I think.
Yes. I believe that from what we saw at kilometer marker 33, it was at 5 minutes and 20 seconds, roughly 5 minutes 30 seconds. So now we've come down almost 2 minutes within less than 10 kilometers. If they can do that in another 10 kilometers, they'll have a minute and 40 seconds roughly gap to the peloton, to the breakaway. that may be enough that they can close down in those next 5 kilometers another minute and put their climbers within, the KOM contenders within reach of those breakaway riders on the final climb, the second to last climb, rather.
Yes, so the peloton really drilling down now. 23.7 kilometers to go with a 3-minute and 41-second gap. So it's unclear whether they'll be able to catch them or not. We will just have to wait and see. But Lee Ning Star is going to keep trying, that's for sure.
That's right. Earlier we talked about the agriculture here, the farming on the hillsides, those terraced rice fields. They are beautiful to see. They supply a bit of the country's rice production. Yes, some of the rice does come from here, but mostly they're going to be supporting their local rice consumption. But also, Namhae is famous for a couple of other plants crops, which are spinach, for one, and more importantly, garlic. They do have what they call sea breeze grown garlic.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, for sure. They put it in everything down here, so you'll get a lot of garlic tasting food. As I said yesterday, the food down here can be spicier. It can be more sour. The kimchi down here is definitely a little bit more sour and spicy. In warmer climates, you'll tend to get that. It's saltier as well. And in kimchi, they also put in some seafood occasionally, but not as you would think. Anchovies is a really big staple here, so they'll put in anchovy sauce into the kimchi to make it more an umami flavor, as you would
Add
think.
some protein, umami flavor. It
Yeah,
makes
it's
sense. Yeah.
Yes, and kimchi is well known to be actually good for your gut health.
Right, it has probiotics, I believe.
That's right, and also is said to be good for your skin as well.
Wow. So maybe
Yes.
that's part of this K-beauty trend is from all the kimchi.
There you go. Well, they need to have kimchi skin cream.
Yeah, we'll see. You can try that. New business idea.
Perhaps they'll have maybe even kimchi smelling skin cream could be.
What surprised me is they have this pickle juice for the riders now to prevent cramps. And
Yes.
that's, I think if you ate kimchi, you'd have the same effect.
Yeah,
It's
that's
high in salt and would also provide a shock to the system. But
That's true, and actually kimchi, a lot of the times they'll make the kimchi, they'll put it into these large casks, then sometimes they put it underground, or sometimes the casks sit outside, and the kimchi ferments. It is fermented cabbage. That's the idea, and kimchi's not only that one type of kimchi. I'll get into that in a moment, but it's fermented. So over time, the salt that you've put on it, the sugar that you've put on it, or whatever you've put on it, it becomes more extreme. The flavor enhances over time. Whatever
Yes.
flavors you've put in enhance over time. So as it gets older, it gets more and more flavorful. So it's good to eat. It's nice to eat an older kimchi and try kind of feel that taste in your mouth compared to what would be a fresh, newer kimchi. People who are just visiting for the first time maybe enjoy the fresher kimchi a little more at first, and as you get used to the taste, those older kimchis, especially when you mix them with soups or with rice or other different things, tofu, that's a really good one, tofu and kimchi, it becomes absolutely amazingly delicious and really good to eat right after you've gotten off the bike because of that salt content. You get to replenish the sodium.
so Korean food is naturally well designed for cycling, it sounds like.
Of course.
So-
Protein in the beans of the changgukjang, which is that fermented bean soup,
Yep.
and salt content in the kimchi with tons of probiotics and enzymes. Yeah.
So the riders just going past the 20K to go sign. That's the breakaway. And they're coming up to a small climb here. But they've just been on twisty, windy roads here, powering their way towards the finish here in Namhae. Somebody asked in the chat, are there any former World Tour riders in this race? So on one of the teams, there is Rain Terame. He was a former World Tour rider. He's from Estonia. I believe Terame is riding for
He's on the Kinan Racing team.
Kinan Racing.
He's considered an all-arounder. He's been to all three of the Grand Tours. He raced in the Tour de France, the Giro, and the Vuelta multiple times. He's won stages in 2 of those. He's been first in stage in the Vuelta in 2021 and also 2011. And also he had a stage win in the Giro in 2016. He's also raced in Milan-San Remo, Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and Lombardia as well, and multiple times. So he is a seasoned pro. He's 39 years old now, getting toward the end of most riders' career. I'm sure he'll continue as long as he can in this pro category. He's had 23 seasons. This is his 23rd season, and he's also had 23 major wins.
Wow, so a real seasoned pro. Maybe coming over here to join that Kinan Racing team to help advise some of the younger riders and bring them up to the World Tour level.
That's right.
Pass down his knowledge. I believe also Antoine Hubi from the 7-Eleven Road Bike Philippines team is also a former World Tour rider. He's from France, but now racing for a team out of the Philippines. He used to be on Sudal Quickstep. So, and both Terame is in the top 10 on the GC, but I think he's just biding his time right now in the pack, waiting to launch when the climbs get a little bit bigger with about 5K to go here. So essentially this last, the Cat 2 climb starts with about 5 kilometers to go, tops out with 3 to go. They go down and they have one more 1 kilometer climb.
Tommaso Datti, age 23. He's in his 8th season. He's had 2 major wins in his career so far. More that are not classified here. He was first in the points classification at the Tour of the Alps this year. So he was able to beat Tom Pidcock in a sprint.
Wow, so not a World Tour rider, but I mean participating in races with them and beating them at their own game.
That's right.
So very, very impressive. There's a very strong field at this year's Tour de Gyeongnam. It is part of the UCI Asia Tour, so I think the ability to get UCI points would attract a lot of strong teams that are interested in improving their ranking in that UCI Asia Tour. So just getting word that the peloton is now 3 minutes back.
Ooh, so they're bringing it down.
They are bringing it, but they'll have to do a minute every 5K now.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's we will see if they can do that.
I
think they can. What do you think?
I think they can. A minute every 5K is possible. 10 seconds per kilometer, roughly. So that'll be 50 seconds per 5K. That's kind of the...
That would put them exactly on grabbing them, wouldn't it?
That's right. But they're going to have to do that the entire time. They're definitely going to be losing teammates at the front here. But you can see that these domestiques, they're sitting on the front for very long periods of time. So they will just completely use a rider. All of this rider's energy that's sitting on the front here from Leaning Star, they'll completely use him up. He'll have nothing left. He'll drop off when his turn is finished. You'll see this in the Grand Tours as well. Very, very strong efforts from riders like Van Aert.
Yep.
Or Van der Poel. Sometimes they're being domestiques for their teammates because they don't have really a GC style of condition. They're more of classics riders or one-day race riders. So they'll get on the front of their peloton, of the respective peloton, and lead out their team riders so that they can catch a breakaway. And they'll just sit on the front for many, many kilometers until they're completely dead.
Look at that peloton. He has just strung it out. It's a single file line.
He was putting in an all-out effort, and he's actually slotting back in.
Yeah, I don't think he's done yet. 17 kilometers. He can't be done yet. They think they're going to really need to keep all the riders they can up there to at least 5K to go, probably before they really let them give up and drop off.
Right. I think the Team DS has called for this. I think also Simon Pilar is probably feeling pretty good. He didn't do too much yesterday.
Right.
So he's ready to take on this climb. He's ready to take on the yellow jersey and try to take back those 2 seconds before the final stage. And if he does, if they can catch these breakaway riders here, if they can catch them before that climb, there's a great potential that that GC standing is going to change.
Yes, for sure.
But if they don't, they're only a couple of seconds on the line, I think, for the finish.
So if they don't catch them, then they'll have to make time gaps themselves.
Yeah, we'll check those for you and give you those time gaps. The points for the finish.
Yes. Bold move for the yellow jersey to be up front. Where are his domestiques? Somebody asks.
Well,
So I would say I think that he has his domestiques. They were pulling earlier on, though. So it looks like they have decided to share the work with Team Leaning Star. Probably his domestiques are taking a breather in the peloton, maybe going back to get their final water before the finish. I think we'll expect to see Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Back up at the front again.
yeah, we
But
can,
yes, they were saying that because the yellow jersey was third.
that's right.
Behind the two Leaning Star riders.
And oftentimes that's okay for the yellow jersey to sit up that far in the front. You can think that a rider that is one place back is getting about 30% benefit from the wind draft. And then riders increasingly that back from there are getting an exponentially greater amount of wind draft or blockage from the wind. So third position isn't really too bad. Yes, he's pretty far up in the front, but he will be rested. He will have a good amount of energy. He is their GC guy, so he's going to be most likely their most powerful rider. And he's safely positioned as well. So that means if anything, if there's any touch of wheels that's happening, he most likely won't be involved in that.
Right,
being
staying
so
out
far
of
up.
crashes is
That's
another
right.
important aspect of racing. So
That's
the
right.
further up you are in the pack, the less likely there is to be a crash in front of you,
That's right.
statistically speaking.
But to answer that question, there are a ton of red jerseys in this field. We'll try to find those Team Ukyo riders to see where they are positioned in this pack here, to see if they're able to get in front of their rider or provide him some more support. But yeah, they were chasing before, so I would imagine right now they're going to be pretty tired.
Yeah. Wow, this breakaway is just impressive, though. They just keep a nice, consistent pace. They've yet to attack each other. Just sharing the work, rotating through 15, 20 seconds each. Looks like they're really doing a great job. But it seems like maybe this the young rider from the Ice on Cycling team, number 126, he might be a little bit tired. He seems to be skipping a turn this time.
Keito Kamiya, he's in his beginning years here. He's in his fourth season, so he's been here for a while. But yeah, he's going to be maybe the least experienced out of these guys, perhaps. But he's strong. I mean, he has a really good time trial ability. So
Is he going to play the rookie card and say, guys, I'm too tired, and he's going to sprint at the end and just blow them all away? We'll see.
It could be, but like I said before, the tactic for these riders is going to be get increasingly faster as time goes on in order to really disrupt that chase. The chasers are going to chase as hard as they can anyway, but these guys need to be thinking at the beginning of the race, we ride hard, but not over the limit, and right now they're going to need to start riding a little bit over their limit. So
Right, if they wanna
13K
make
to
it to
go.
the finish.
Exactly. If they can put themselves on the base of the climb with over a minute to go, I think they can take this entire race.
Yeah. That'll be an exciting stage finish no matter what happens. Either way, if they get caught, it's not going to be till the very end, I think.
That's right.
So.
We
But
got
yeah,
a
we're still
while.
getting, says the gap to the peloton's 3 minutes, 12K to go. So unless we get another update soon, it's not looking so likely they're going to get caught.
I don't think it's 3 minutes though.
No,
honestly.
it's probably gone down a little bit more.
These guys' heads are completely down. They are flying.
Yep.
There's no way this is 3 minutes. We need to get another update on the time from the motorbike if that's possible. I know that they're doing it the best they can with that, but yeah, that would be really good to see this actual number a little bit more accurate.
But yeah, boy, these guys from Leaning Star just on the front pushing like crazy. And there is the domestique from Team Yu-Gi-Oh! of the yellow jersey. And the Leaning Star rider pulls off. He sees the yellow jersey. Yellow jersey says, get back in there.
Yeah, there you go.
And he did. So
That's great.
2 minutes, 37 seconds is the latest.
So we have a Nukio rider behind the yellow jersey as well. So we do have at least two domestiques for Team Ukyo there. I would imagine that one of those is going to be the main Simon Rakani's main domestique that he's going to rely on to take him through until the end. See, now we have the motorbike here with the signboard. I wasn't able to catch what the signboard says, but perhaps it's going to be updated on the top of our screen. There you go, 237.
Yes.
So we were able to catch that. Thanks, guys, for providing that. I guess they're listening. I didn't know that was...
I think it's difficult with the twisty roads to get it back and forth.
Oh,
so fast.
absolutely.
Plus, the gap is big, so the points to time it, they have to wait 2.5 minutes to be able to get a gap.
Yeah, great point. Great point. It can't be easy for them to be able to do that. But again, I guess they're listening, and thanks a lot for doing that.
So
really great update.
Almost down to 10 kilometers to go, 11 kilometers to go for these guys. They are riding through the town of Gohyun, just coming out of the small town. And the climb in earnest will start with 5.8k to go. So they got about 6 more k till they kind of reach the biggest climb, the Cat 2 climb, the only one of the race.
Interesting.
That is going to be brutal for those guys in the breakaway.
So 2.06 kilometers from the very bottom, as you say. That's the total distance of the climb. 204 meters in total, 9.9% at that distance. But as you get up the climb, as that climb distance reduces, finally 1.29 kilometers till the end of the climb. 175 meters of elevation gain of that is 13.6%.
Wow.
That's well over 10%. Usually 10% is a number where you really start dropping riders, and you see huge fractures in pelotons and breakaways. At 13.6% average gradient for 1.29 kilometers, you're definitely going to see these riders split up.
So there is potential.
guarantee
The
it.
gap 235 now. There is potential, right, with the climb like that for these riders in the pack to really jump up, isn't there? Because the guys in the breakaway will be tired. They'll be going a lot slower, I imagine, than the guys who have been sitting in the peloton.
At 235, right now, if they keep this pace, if they can put in another minute on them within 5 kilometers, potentially.
Yeah.
But that's still too much distance. That's
Yeah.
still too much gap. So I think they're going to need to take away 2 minutes in 5 kilometers here. And
I
it
wonder
looks
how
like
this-
a tough ask.
Wonder how these guys in the breakaway are feeling. Hopefully they're all feeling good. If you saw, they came around a big bay just now. So I think that the riders in the breakaway would have been able to see the peloton and vice versa. Maybe they waved over to them and said, "Hey guys, see you at the finish line."
Actually, that's a really good point. It's really not. It's super flat there. I'm not sure if there's a lot of tree coverage in that area, but yeah, you can see here on the screen. I'm looking at the course map. I've made all of these courses on Strava.
Yeah, they were just showing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I've left these open for you guys to go and follow along. You can drag your mouse over the basically seismograph that we have here, the elevation topography map, and it'll follow along the course. And you can see at this point of the course it's flat, and the riders should be able to see each other. Especially just at the end of that flat section, you have a little bit of a riser where the riders below will be able to look up and see the breakaway riders just getting away into that next portion of the peninsula.
Yes.
Island.
Wow, getting close. 8.8k to go. The riders in that breakaway are keeping a nice steady pace. The graph does not seem to be dropping too quickly. But wow, we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, and they will be going over some smaller climbs here. They will be pretty steep, over 6% gradient.
The gap's down to 211 now.
211, so they are bringing it down. They need to bring it back down. They need to bring it down another minute within about 3 to 4 kilometers.
Wow, that is not going to be an easy ask, but LX has sent a rider to the front to help contribute.
Is this Kimuro?
No, I don't think they would have sent him.
No, I don't think so either. But
Perhaps, because
it
they
looks
have
like
the
him.
young rider. They have a rider in contention for the young rider's jersey.
That's true.
So they might want to be thinking about how to position him as well.
Yes, and you can see that there is a young rider in the breakaway.
Yes, but those guys are not in contention for the GC, I don't think.
Right.
So I think the winner of the young rider group will come out of some of these top 4 riders right now. Oh. Yeah. Taken down one more second, down to 2 minutes and 10 seconds is the gap with 8.1K to go. And the Cat 2, there's 2 more ranked climbs to go. This Cat 2 climb will start with about 5 kilometers to go. And then the final climb to the finish is a 1 kilometer climb. So that'll be from 1K to go till the finish. So a lot of action still left to come in this Tour de Gyeongnam 2026. We are in the Queen stage here in Namhae. Thank you everybody for joining us, and we hope you're enjoying our live coverage in English for the first time ever of this race. Back up to the breakaway now. I think they're topping up here at the end of this highway style climb. You can see that rider 126 is really suffering to stay on the wheels. I think those guys from the Chengdu team that with a lot of their European experience are really helping to drive the pace. But rider number 126, he just jumped back
Keito
on.
Kamiya. He is
Looks like he'll finish no problem, but
yeah, he's actually 25 over 25 minutes down on the GC.
okay.
So he's not going to be in contention for that white jersey.
What about rider number 42? He's also young.
Yeah.
I believe the rider from Keish Body Wrap, Noah Blannon, is also an under 23 rider.
Yeah, and he's right now 8 minutes 38 seconds down from on the general classification as a whole. I'll check out what he's doing for the young riders jersey there as we start to get closer to this finish line. That's really becoming a big important thing. Right now, the young riders jersey classification 8:46 back. Sorry, Noah Blannon is actually 1 minute 30 down on the young riders jersey. So at this current time, he is virtually the first rider.
Yes, but I think the peloton, it looks like they're going to keep eating in. It's going to really come down to the wire today, isn't it?
I think so.
Even if this breakaway does win, I don't think it's going to be by more than a minute.
No, I think
this
on
point.
the climb there will be enough firepower in that peloton to be able to close that down to less than a minute for sure, or maybe even 30 seconds.
Yep. So the riders now are starting the rise up to the climb. They're taking advantage of this last opportunity to get in some water and food before this steep 2.5K climb. So we're Danny and I are a little bit biased. I'm going to say we're rooting for Yoon Jae-bin of the Rujai team in the Korean national champions jersey to take a stage win on his home territory.
That's right.
That would really be special for the Korean riders.
It'd be great to see the Koreans come out on top, at least in a portion of this race. Right now, we have a pretty solid lead, at least in the pack here. If these breakaway riders are able to take it all the way to the finish, in the pack here, Simon Rakani has a solid lead. There aren't really many points up for grabs if this breakaway is to stay away. So it would be nice to see the Korean riders be able to take a victory here. I think Yoon Jae-bin has good climbing potential.
Yes,
and
he's a good all-arounder. So,
and I think he's been taking himself, he's been reserving himself as well.
Yes, he's been pulling through, but he's not been the main driver of the break. I think they've really left that to the riders from the Chengdu team.
That's right. So let's see if there's anybody that's been taking it a little easier here, or who's potentially been reserving a little bit of energy. It looks like the riders from that Chengdu team, Wheeltop, they would be able to at least talk to each other and work together, and one of them would have reserved himself a little bit more. But yeah, we've got a climb here. So
yes, we can see Kamiya from Isun Racing Team already starting to suffer a little bit. He's the one of the younger riders in our race today. Hopefully he can get back on that wheel and just kind of nurse himself over this climb till the final descent.
Looks like he's having a little trouble.
Yeah.
He put in what I think to be his last major acceleration down there at the bottom of the climb. Perhaps he's got another little, a fifth wind, if you will. He'll be able to get within reach, but I think his day is likely done in this breakaway. And we're seeing Yoon Jae-bin take off from the breakaway here.
Wow.
Let's see if any of the riders can respond to this.
1 kilometer to go. It's going to get steeper, and Yoon Jae-bin in the Korean national championship jersey with an attack.
And we see one of the Chengdu riders there responding, and the other teammate happy to just let that go for the moment.
That is Namhae, and there's rider number 42. I think they're all going to try to respond. It's so steep, though. It's very, very difficult. It's going to be more of an individual effort rather than some kind of strategic thing at this point. Now the peloton is starting to hit the base of this climb. We see a couple riders just popping off. I think their day is done, having set some nice pacemaking. Timofey Ivanov and Andrei Stepanov from the Chengdu wheel top rotor team there. They're going to try to jump on Yoon Jae-bin's wheel and take it all the way to the finish, I think.
These guys just getting the update on the gaps here. Let's see if we can get back up to the front of that race there in the breakaway where things are really starting to happen.
The race leader's 4.7K to go. They've still got a couple hundred meters more, though, of this Category 2 climb. So we will see if that rider from Case Body Wrap is able to take the KOM points.
And it's still broken up here. The Case Body Wrap really having a difficult time and being marked by the wheel top rotor Chengdu rider here.
Yep, so that's Noah Bland in there, along with rider 145 from the Chengdu team. That is Andrei Stepanov. Just leave it. Oh, he unclipped.
Oh,
I don't know what happened.
Uh-oh.
The camera.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness.
I hope he's
I
okay.
think he has a mechanical. The race radio
no.
just said he has a small mechanical. That was
Oh, no.
that was Noah Bland in from the Case Body Wrap team.
Come on, Noah, get
But
back up.
We've got, that is just too bad. We have Andrei Stepanov here, though, from the wheel top rotor Chengdu team. And he has his teammate there on the wheel of Yoon Jae-bin, the rider in the Korean National Championships jersey, who is riding for the Rujai Insurance team.
Looks like it looks like Noah may be getting caught by our younger rider here from Team Isan.
So rather than a mechanical, perhaps he had just a cramp or something.
Yeah, I would
Maybe
I would
had to
imagine
unclip for a
there's
second and get a stretching, because this is a brutal. They're at 13% right now.
Yes.
In this blazing sun.
and they've been out for hours.
But we got Yoon Jae-bin here on the front.
He's looking
followed by
good.
the rider from the Chengdu wheel top team. Maybe they're going to take it all the way to the top, but I think they still have a couple hundred meters to go. It's not going to be an easy thing. So we'll see. Maybe these two are going to go to the top. We'll see if the second Chengdu rider can join him. But go, Jae-bin, go, go, go.
Let's go. Timofey Ivanov looking strong, but a big rider. So I'm thinking that Jae-bin being a little bit smaller rider, being a more natural climber, let's see if he can drop him off. It's just 300 meters to go.
Yes, we will see. 300 meters to go, and Jae-bin won the Korean National Championships last year on a little bit of a similar course.
Okay.
Yeah, that course is in Gyeongnam on the east
Sure.
coast of Korea, and they do a 3-kilometer climb 6 times,
Yes.
followed by a 1K climb to the finish.
But let's
this is
also
a-
know that Ivanov is a poncher, so he's good at the shorter climbs. He was third in the GC Tour of Polyang Lake in 2024, and third in the stage of Tour of Hainan in 2025. So he has really strong rides in international races in Asia. This is going to be down to the line here. 200
Yes.
meters to go, 150 meters to go potentially.
And the gap between those three the third rider on the road, it's not that big. He might be able to jump on when there's on the downhill, but we will have to see. Come on, Jae-bin, you can do
Here
it. Get
we got
these
it.
KOM
We got an
points.
acceleration.
And
And Jae-bin's not able to accelerate. Come on, Jae-bin, get up.
He might just be going for the KOM points, though, but there's Jae-bin.
Ooh, that looks
Keeping
like
it up.
an very, very strong acceleration.
Yes, there goes the wheel top rotor, Chengdu rider Timofey Ivanov here, attacking over the top of the climb. 50 meters to go. He is going to take maximum KOM points.
That's right.
10 points for this KOM. We will see what he decides to do, if he tries to go away on his own for the stage win or if he waits for his teammates.
I think he looks strong enough to be able to do this on his own. And
he is
needs to.
absolutely smashing it. But come on, Jae-bin, you got to get up there. So let's see where Yoon Jae-bin is, the rider in the Korean National Champions jersey. He should be cresting the climb now, and he is going to have to tuck and do the ride of his life on this descent to catch back up.
Yeah, that's right. It looks to me.
There's Jae-bin going over the top.
It looks to me.
Come on.
The gap is really big here.
This is not going to be easy, but Jae-bin's going to have to tuck, really use his descending skills, and power his way to the finish to at least stay away from the peloton. Now the third rider coming over the top. That's Stepanov from the wheel top rotor Chengdu team.
I think it's a better bet right now, judging by how far and how strong and how powerful Timofey Ivanov has been on that last part of the climb. I think it's a better strategy for Jae-bin right now to tuck in and try to stay away from the rider behind him.
Yes.
So that you don't have two wheel top rotor riders taking first and second. Jae-bin needs to manage his effort and get this second place secured.
So they are on the descent now. 3 kilometers to go. He just passed the 3 kilometers to go sign. But there's one more Category 4 climb to the finish. So when they hit 1 kilometer to go,
That's right.
they're going to have another short and steep climb they have to go over. But not as hard as this one they just did. Wow, that was a doozy.
Oh man, that looked difficult. And you saw the Keish body wrap rider. I think he was having trouble with his legs. I think he was having cramps.
Yes. So I hope that those two riders there in 4th and 5th were able to make it to the finish ahead of the peloton.
Yeah,
after this long day they've put in.
Exactly. Get their heads down on this descent, coast, shake the legs out a little bit if possible. Don't lose too much aerodynamic advantage. Get your legs just fresh enough so that you can put in that last effort over the Category 4 climb, which isn't much.
Yes, so we got Timofey Ivanov here at the front of the race doing a great descent. Looks very confident on his bike. No trouble for him riding a course that he's probably never even ridden. But here he comes into a sharp corner. Had to slam on his brakes quite a bit there. Lost a lot of his momentum. But
now he's going to go straight into this Category 4 climb. It's not that steep. It tops out at about 5.6% gradient. So it's just going to be a couple of bends. And he'll be at the finish line here. Let's see if Jae-bin's been able to make up some ground behind there, get in full time trial tuck position, and just put in it the ride of his life, as you say. Ride like a man possessed. But hopefully he's not getting caught by the rider behind.
yes, that's
Stepanov.
Timofey Ivanov looking over his shoulder. I wonder where Yoon Jae-bin is. He's thinking, is the Korean national champion on
Yeah.
my wheel? Is he coming up?
He looks comfortable.
So he's just going to try to keep a steady pace, I think. The highest pace he can maintain, but he'll be thinking about the fact that there's a 1 kilometer climb left to the finish.
That's right.
He is on it now, 0.8K to go. It looks like he is going to take the victory.
Yoon
Here we
Jae-bin.
are on Jae-bin.
Yep.
That's the Korean national champion jersey on his back. In second place, he is also going to be on this final climb now, trying to get back up.
He
to
has
the
a
leader.
motorcycle in sight, but he doesn't have the rider in sight. So he will be just thinking right now, okay, this is too short a distance until the end. I need to manage my effort. I need to make sure that I have enough left so when I get potentially caught by this next wheel top rider, I have enough to sprint away from him at the finish.
Yes, that
So he
might
needs to
be what
keep
he's
that
thinking.
gap.
So here we go, Timofey Ivanov here
What an
coming around the
effort.
bend. Nice view over the town, but he will not have the time or energy to enjoy it.
That's true. He is going to be thinking, what is ahead of me? Don't hit these cat eyes on the side of the road. Don't make any mistakes. Take the corners on the inside. Make the shortest line possible. Smooth out the lines. And let's get to the finish.
And he is going to be down to just a couple hundred more meters to go here. Looks like he is going to take the stage win here.
Yes.
Congratulations to Timofey Ivanov. Not quite there yet, though. Little bit more steep parts. Wow, this has been a tough stage, though.
It has.
They really left all the fireworks parts till the end. 200 meters to go now for Timofey Ivanov. And he's just going to be keeping it steady. I think he knows
One
he's
more
got this in
bend.
the bag.
It's one more bend, and he veers to the left, and he'll try to take this inside line underneath the finish line. It finishes right after this left bender. I've done this one before as well. So he's just almost going to cross through that line. You can see the great fencing there. There's not much else he has to do. Just coast through, celebrate. There you go.
Celebrating early. He knows he has it.
He knows.
This is Timofey Ivanov.
Congratulations. What a finish that was.
Yes.
All right, let's see how the rest of the riders pan out. We'd like to see what it's like. Ooh.
We want to see if it's Jae-bin Yoon or if it's the next rider
Oh.
from
Did Jae-bin
or if
Yoon
it's
get caught?
Stepanov. It looks like it might be Stepanov. Now here comes
Oh, there we
Jae-bin.
go. Okay.
Second place for the Korean
Bravo.
national champion.
Bravo.
Congratulations.
Good job, J-Bean. All
And in
right.
third is Stepanov. From,
Ooh, and we're already seeing riders from the
wow.
peloton come
And
up.
fourth
from
place
Team Ukyo.
is Team Ukyo rider, but not the yellow jersey.
Yellow jersey's here.
and
he's
here's the
leading
yellow
out this-
sprinting in.
Let's go, Rakani. Keep your yellow jersey.
Wow. There will be no more time bonuses on the line, though. So they are sprinting just for placings on the stage.
And Rakani,
Wow.
if Rakani retains that. Let's see who that fourth rider was, though. That's going to be really important for the jersey classification potentially.
Yes, we did not. I think it was a Team Ukyo rider as well.
Yes.
But we do not have the results quite yet.
Yeah, but the point is, those points that were available at the end of the race, he would have soaked up some of those points. So or some of the bonus time, I should say.
No, only 3 riders get bonus time.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
then,
so no more
then it
bonus
doesn't
seconds.
matter.
It was So
Okay.
there was no bonus seconds, but we'll see if they actually had gaps in between those GC riders.
Yes.
The yellow jersey looked like he was leading 4 riders
Yes.
through, and they were all in the line. So I think they might have all had the same time. We'll see if Simon Pelode was in that group, or if perhaps he was dropped. But wow, riders coming in together now.
Yes.
The pack was shredded, but not quite as shredded as I would have expected. I mean, we've already had like 20 riders come through.
Yeah, it's true. And I think they would have gotten shredded on the climb before. This climb, I've done it numerous times. It's not really enough to break the field so much apart. You can usually come in with packs here, but that climb before was just brutal. And they've been out all day in this heat. It's not that hot, but they've been out in the sun, so it would have taken a lot of that the salt out of their bodies, the sodium, and that's what leads to the cramps.
Yes. Somebody asked in the chat who won the race. So just one more time, the winner of the race was Timofey Ivanov of Wheeltop Rotor Chengdu. Here he is coming in again, celebrating his stage win.
What a victory for them.
Wow. Impressive win. They really executed well on their teamwork, though, I think.
That's right.
Because they let Jabin attack on the climb. He followed him, made Jabin do all the work, and then dropped him at the end. So
And right now I'm
They
looking
were
at all the classifications at the start of the day. It looked like Wheeltop Rotor didn't really have any kind of very big contention for any of the standings. In the GC, they're 10th with Peter Rukinov with 1 minute and 35 seconds back up to Simon Rakani, who is our yellow jersey wearer at this time. And I'm not seeing anything else that they're a part of, so it is really a great day for them to get this first place in a stage and give their team some points for the day.
it's possible that they will have taken the Mountains jersey as well. That Ivanov will have gotten 13 points now.
Yes,
So it looks like he'll also take that King of the Mountains
Yes.
jersey home with him
that's right.
for winning on both
So
the
what
climbs at the end.
a successful day, and maybe that was even planned. Maybe they had targeted this stage in particular for him, so he could have rested in the previous stages and waited for this day along with his teammate. And what a perfect scenario too, to have a teammate in the breakaway.
Yes. So it's been a great, exciting day of racing
Yes.
here. Had the breakaway
We
go
l-
from the start all the way to the finish.
We leave you with the rice fields and the croplands and the wonderful views of Namhae.
So once again, this has been Tour de Gyeongnam, Stage 4 here in Namhae. We've been your hosts. I'm Derek Lon.
I'm Daniel Marquardt.
And thank you guys for joining us for our English language coverage of this race. Tomorrow is Stage 5. It's a criterium race in Changwon, and it is sure to be packed with a lot of excitement. So please join us again tomorrow.
Yes, looking forward to it. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful day.
Bye.
상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지. 상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의
유일의 UCI 아시아 투어 뚜르드 경남 2016. 뜨거운 열기로 가득했던 네 번째 남해 구간의 레이스가 모두 끝이 났습니다.
Korea's only UCI Asia Tour, Tour de Gyeongnam 2026, the fourth stage here in Namhae, which was filled with a burning passion, has officially come to an end.
남해 레이스 완주를 진심으로 축하하며 우리 선수들 고생 많았습니다. 자, 우리 현장에 계신 관중 여러분, 모든 선수들에게 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수와 함성 부탁드립니다.
Congratulations on completing the Namhae race and our riders giving their all.
자, 이제 남해의 영광을 차지한 주인공들을 만나볼 시간입니다. 지금부터 뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 남해 구간 시상식의 막을 올립니다.
Now it's time to meet our champions who seize the glory of Namhae.
안녕하십니까. 오늘 뚜르드 경남 2016 시상식을 함께할 아나운서 임동준,
박선영 그리고 남해군 수어통역센터의 홍윤식 수어통역사님 함께 하시겠습니다. 여러분 반갑습니다.
본격적인 시상식을 진행하기에 앞서 오늘 이 자리를 빛내주시기 위해 참석해주신 내외빈 여러분을 소개해드리겠습니다. 한 분 한 분 소개해드릴 때마다 큰 박수로 환영해주시기 바랍니다.
Now we'd like to introduce our guests who made time to celebrate this event. When their names are called, please welcome them with a big round of applause.
먼저 김미선 남해군 관광경제국장님께서 자리를 빛내주셨습니다.
Please welcome Kim Mi-sun, Director of the Tourism and Economy Bureau of Namhae County.
다음으로 여동찬 남해군의회 기획행정위원장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
여동찬, Chairperson of the Planning and Administration Committee of the Namhae County Council.
이어서 박종식 남해군의회 산업건설위원장님 함께해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Park Jong-sik, Chairperson of the Industry and Construction Committee of the Namhae County Council.
김낙균 남해군의회 군의원 당선인 자리해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Kim Na-kyun, Member elected to the Namhae County Council.
박항구 남해군의회 군의원 당선인 함께해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Park Han-gu, Member elected to the Namhae County Council.
정진규 남해군의회 군의원 당선인 자리해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Jung Jin-gyu, Member elected to the Namhae County Council.
최경진 남해군의회 군의원 당선인 함께해 주셨습니다.
Also, please welcome Choi Young-jin, Member elected to the Namhae County Council.
김진실 남해군의회 군의원 당선인 자리해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Kim Jin-seul, Member elected to the Namhae County Council.
박도영 남해군체육회 상임부회장님 자리해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Park Do-young, Senior Vice President of the Namhae Sports Council.
마지막으로 김종식 경상남도 체육지원과장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
Last but not least, Mr. Kim Jong-sik, Director of the Sports Division of the 경상남도 Province.
시간 관계상 귀한 걸음해주신 내빈 여러분을 한 분 한 분 모두 소개해드리지 못한 점 널리 양해해 주시길 바라며 참석해주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 전합니다.
Once again, we express our deepest gratitude to everyone for your precious presence.
그럼 지금부터 본격적으로 시상식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 남해 구간 우승자에 대한 시상식이 있겠습니다.
Then now we will begin the award ceremony. First of all, we will announce the winner of Stage 4 in Namhae.
호명된 선수는 단상 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
If your name is called, please come up to the stage.
뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지의 우승자는 휠탑 로터 청주팀 티모페이 이바노프.
The winner for stage 4 is Timofey Ivanov, Rooftop Water Champion Team. Congratulations, please come up to the stage.
네, 선수에게 계속해서 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 스테이지 우승에 대한 시상은 박도영 남해군 체육회 상임 부회장님께서 시상해 주시겠습니다.
The award will be presented by Kang Do-young, Senior Vice President of the Namhae Sports Council.
제4스테이지의 우승자인 티모페이 이바노프 선수에게는 트로피와 함께 경상남도의 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여되겠습니다.
So the winner of the stage 4 is received with a trophy along with a plushie doll of Gary, the promotional mascot of 경상남도.
네, 시상자와 함께 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다.
So we are having group photo, and now we'll be having your own photo session.
수상 선수 단독 포토타임 있겠습니다. 트로피와 별이 인형 앞쪽으로 아주 멋있게 보여주고 계십니다.
Thank you. You may step down from the stage.
네, 다시 한번 뚜르드 경남 제4스테이지 남해 구간 우승자인 휠탑 로터 청소팀 티모페이 이바노프 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 다음은 베스트 영 라이더 부문에 대한 시상입니다.
Next is the award for the best young rider.
베스트 영 라이더는 23세 미만의 선수들 중 개인 종합 기록이 가장 좋은 선수에게 주어지는 상입니다. 호명된 선수는 단상 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
So as your name is called, also please come up to the stage.
뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 베스트 영 라이더 말레이시아 프로사이클링 마즐린 바마드 샤왈.
The best young rider of stage 4 goes to Mazlin Muhammad Shawal from Malaysia Pro Cycling.
네, 선수에게 계속해서 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 베스트 영 라이더에 대한 시상은 김종식 경상남도 체육지원 과장님께서 함께 해주시겠습니다.
The award will be presented by Kim Jong-sik, Director of the Sports Division of 경상남도 Province.
뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 베스트 영 라이더 말레이시아 프로사이클링 마즐린 무하마드 샤왈 선수입니다. 베스트 영 라이더 마즐린 무하마드 샤왈 선수에게는 화이트 저지와 트로피, 경상남도의 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여되겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
The best young rider is presented with a white jersey and a trophy and a plushie doll of Byari, the promotional mascot of 경상남도. And now we will be having a group photo session.
네, 시상자와 함께 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이어서 수상선수 단독 포토타임 있겠습니다.
Look at his face, and he's showing a bright smile.
네, 두 손을 번쩍 들어 올려주시고 아주 환한 미소 보여주셨습니다. 다시 한번 뚜르드 경남 제4스테이지 남해 구간 베스트 영 라이더인 말레이시아 프로사이클링 마즐린 무하마드 샤왈 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Congratulations once again on your winning.
이어서 킹 오브 마운틴 부문에 대한 시상입니다.
Next is the King of Mountains.
킹 오브 마운틴은 산악 구간에서 가장 뛰어난 성적을 거둔 선수에게 수여되는 상으로 호명된 선수는 단상 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
Also, when your name is called, please come up to the stage.
뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 킹 오브 마운틴 휠탑 로터 청주팀 티모페이 이바노프.
The King of the Mountains of stage 4 goes to Timofey Ivanov from Rooftop Water Changdo Team.
네, 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 킹 오브 마운틴에 대한 시상은 박종식 남해군의회 산업건설위원장님께서 함께 해주시겠습니다.
The award will be given by Park Jong-sik, Chairperson of the Industry and Construction Committee of the Namhae County Council.
구간 시상에 이어 킹 오브 마운틴까지 함께하게 된 티모페이 이바노프 선수입니다. 킹 오브 마운틴 티모페이 이바노프 선수에게는 레드 폴가다 저지와 트로피, 경상남도 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여되겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
The King of the Mountain winner, Timothy Ivanov, is awarded a red polka jersey and a trophy and a doll of a berry. Today he showed us a very wonderful, powerful performance in the mountainous section.
네, 시상자와 함께 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다.
네, 영상에서 보셨던 것처럼 우리 이바노프 선수 굉장히 뛰어난 기량을 우리 산악 구간에서 보여주셨습니다.
이어서 수상 선수 단독 포토타임 있겠습니다.
Whether it's exclusive photo time,
네, 아주 멋있는 표정으로 함께 해주신 티모페이 이바노프 선수였고요. 다시 한번 뚜르드 경남 제4스테이지 남해 구간 킹 오브 마운틴 수상자인 휠탑 로터 청두팀 티모페이 이바노프 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
one more big round of applause to our winner.
다음은 스프린트 부문에 대한 시상입니다.
Next is the award for the sprint category.
스프린트는 정해진 스프린트 구간에서 가장 좋은 성적을 기록한 선수에게 수여되는 상으로 호명된 선수는 단상 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
When your name is called, please step up to the podium.
뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 스프린트 캐시앤 바디랩 리암 월시.
The sprint winner of stage 4 goes to Liam Wolsey from Canadian Body Web.
네, 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 스프린트에 대한 시상은 여동찬 남해군의회 기획행정위원장님께서 함께 해주시겠습니다.
The award will be presented by Yeo Dong-chan, Chairperson of the Planning and Administration Committee of the Namhae County.
네, 오늘 있었던 4스테이지 스프린트 캐시앤 바디랩 리암 월시 선수입니다. 스프린트 리암 월시 선수에게는 그린 저지와 트로피, 경상남도 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여되겠습니다. 여러분 계속해서 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
The leader of the sprint category is awarded a green jersey and a trophy and a doll of a body.
네, 시상자와 함께 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다.
The leader of the sprint category, Liam Wolsey, has been presented and has accumulated most points in the designated sprint sections with his wonderful performance.
이어서 수상 선수 단독 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다.
And now we will have winners on photo session.
네, 우리 밝은 미소로 카메라 바라봐 주시고 계시고요. 다시 한번 뚜르드 경남 제4스테이지 남해 구간 스프린트 수상자인 캐시앤 바디랩 리암 월시 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give him a warm round of applause once again.
다음은 구간 누적 점수가 가장 높은 참가 선수에게 수여되는 개인 종합 부문 시상이 있겠습니다. 호명린 선수는 단상 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
Finally, next is the award for the individual general classification given to the rider with the lowest accumulated time throughout the stages. When your name is called, please step up to the stage.
뚜르드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 개인 종합 1위 팀 우쿄 다키 도나소.
General classification winner of stage 4 of Tour de Gyeongnam 2026 is Dachi Tomaso from Team Ukyo.
네, 축하드립니다. 선수에게 계속해서 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 개인종합 부문 시상은 김미선 남해군 관광경제국장님께서 함께해 주시겠습니다.
The award will be presented by Kim Mason, Director of the Tourism and Economy Bureau, Namhae County.
네, 트로트 경남 2016 제4스테이지 개인종합 1위 김국효 다티 토마소 선수입니다. 트로트 경남 2016 제4스테이지 개인종합 1위 수상자인 다티 토마소 선수에게는 옐로우 저지와 트로피, 경상남도 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여되겠습니다. 여러분 박수 부탁드립니다.
Dati Tomasio, the individual general class of classification leader, is now wearing the yellow jersey and holding the trophy and a doll of a berry.
네, 시상자와 함께 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다.
After this photo session, we'll have winner's own photo session.
네, 수상 선수 단독
And
포토타임
then
있습니다. 네, 이후에는 수상자와 시상자 모두 함께하는 전체 포토타임이 있을 예정입니다. 우리 시상자와 수상자 모두 준비해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
And now we will have a group photo with all together with the winners of today and also the presenters. 자, 우리 내빈 여러분들께서도 무대 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 우리 내빈 분들과 오늘 있었던 4스테이지의 영광의 주인공들 함께 사진 촬영 있도록 하겠습니다. 무대 위로 천천히 조심히 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 어제보다는 다소 짧았던 피로이지만 좀 피로가 누적돼서 오늘 하루 또 길게 느껴졌을 선수들입니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
So now we will take two photo shoots. One is with all together, and then we're going to take a photo of only winners.
네, 먼저 시상자와 수상자 분들의 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다.
네, 좀 햇볕이 뜨겁지만요. 밝은 미소 부탁드리겠습니다. 화이팅 한번 할까요? We're going to have a traditional Korean photo taking pose. This, and on the count of three. Can you do that? Yes. On the count of three, shouting "fighting," which means cheer, go for it. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Fighting! Thank you. And please remain on the podium so that we can have only a winner's photo. Thank you.
네, 수상자분들 단독 포토타임 갖도록 하겠습니다. 우리 사진 촬영 함께 도와주신 내빈분들 진심으로 감사합니다. 다시 한번 자리로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다.
Now, this is your time. Show your face. Smile.
아주 트로피를 번쩍 들어 올려주셨습니다. 밝은 미소로 함께 해주시고 계시고요.
Alright, you may step down from the stage. Congratulations once again.
네, 고맙습니다. 수상하신 모든 선수 여러분 진심으로 축하드립니다. 저희만 무대 아래로 안전히 모셔보도록 하겠고요. 여러분 마지막으로 우리 선수분들에게 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give them one more big round of applause to our winners.
네, 이것으로 트루드 경남 2016 제4스테이지 남해 구간 시상식을 모두 마치겠습니다.
This brings us to the end of awarding ceremony for stage 4 of Tour de Gyeongnam 2026.
대회에 대한 뜨거운 열기를 보여주신 선수단 여러분 모두 수고하셨습니다. 내일 진행될 마지막 스테이지 창원 구간에서도 안전하고 즐거운 대회가 되길 바라겠습니다.
Congratulations to all the riders for demonstrating such incredible passion and effort today. We wish everyone a safe and exciting race tomorrow for the final stage in 창원.
지금까지 진행을 맡은 아나운서 임동준,
박선영 그리고 수어통역의 홍윤식이었습니다. 여러분 고맙습니다.
네, 여러분 아직 가지 마세요. 경품 추첨도 남아 있습니다. 예.